Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Yes, people, welcome back. Welcome back to Let's Talk Premier League, or welcome to Let's Talk Premier League, depending on if you are new or not. But it's deadline day. It's the day that everyone loves. It's the day where we all go mad about football and about football transfers. But it's deadline day. We've got an awful lot to talk about. I will, of course, put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to come on in a bit. But let's just obviously go through deadline day. So you've got the clubs that we're going to focus mainly on is going to be United, City, Spurs, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal. Spurs are doing quite a bit. City have already done a bit. It looks like Liverpool are doing a bit as well. So you got all of that as well. But before we start, obviously, we should discuss what happened yesterday. Our stance is obviously we're against anyone who feels the need to hurt anyone. That has always been our stance. This is an active case now, which means we cannot discuss this. Anything that could be said or has been said, could impact any upcoming cases in terms of, court cases and all of that. But, our thoughts go out to the victim. And obviously, the justice system should do its work. And that is the way that it should be. None of us are a judge. None of us, some of us may be on a jury, you never know. But we're not essentially the people that can inflict the punishment, so we cannot absolutely talk about anything. That has been our stance. That has not just been our stance on this one, it's been our stance on the previous two since this channel has been up, so this is nothing different. We are absolutely against everything that has been spoken about, and the evidence is very damning. But we are not the judge, we are not the jury, so we cannot discuss the case. That is basically that. If you could be dealt with yourself, if you do, that could range from a prison sentence, 35 days to 2 years. And a criminal record, and or a £5,000 fine. Now, I can't afford a £5,000 fine, so that is that really. So our thoughts go out to the victim, and hopefully everyone can mount around her, can help her, because she is the one that our thoughts should be with. And the rest will be dealt with by the experts. The police are currently investigating, so the police will deal with that. And we just, support her and support other victims of domestic abuse. So that really is the stance. We can't really talk about it in any way. So yes, I would appreciate if we can not be discussing that or the other two. There are more than one case, unfortunately. So let's leave that and move on to some of your comments. Let's talk about Kenny, who says nothing like a couple of biscuits to make the day better. Chocolate biscuits are legendary. I mean, Kenny is Kenny Lindsay says, please, Jesse, I'm begging. Not happening, mate. There's no way Jesse Lingard's going to be allowed to go to West Ham on loan. Don't be silly. You and I were just having a cheeky watch at work. Absolutely. Grow up would be my thought there. Dembele and Bissaka coming. And Newcastle, we'll of course talk a little bit about Newcastle, but we don't tend to talk too much about Newcastle, but that will probably change in the near future, to be honest with you. Luis Diaz to Liverpool, big voting, a big vote. Right. And if can get Cavallo as well, that would be hardcore. You know the score. Absolutely. Don't talk about United. It's a Monday. As far as them not are concerned, banter club forever. Yeah, that is true. Meant to say big boy ting. That's the one. That's the one. Rio Griffithsley on to Doncaster. Here we go. 2.5 year deal. Well, I've never heard of him, so I'm guessing he's probably, I don't know. Big up Ravi. Big up Ravi indeed. Plymouth playing Lampard soon. Are we? I thought we were playing Chelsea. I don't know. Mbappe to Real Madrid done. No, I'm not sure about that just yet. Wolf, obviously, big up to Wolf in the chat as well. Ravi, a lot of outings. Keep an eye on Dembele and Bissaka. Absolutely. Yeah, obviously, that's that one. £5,000 fine. The amount Maguire should be paying United every time he plays for us. That is mad. That is mad. Now, thoughts on Liverpool signed Luis Diaz? Good signing. Jurgen wanted him, and you know, I'm on the impression if Jurgen wants him, he's probably going to be a good signing. That is that really. So yes, big up to Riley. Big up to Riley. Hope the girl gets justice. Well, I just hope she's okay. You know, it's not going to be easy. But yeah, let's move on from that topic. As I said, I don't really want to discuss it. Just like I wouldn't want to discuss Mendy or the Everton player. You know, it's just the way it is. Unfortunately, you know, they're active cases. Let the police officers and the police force and the justice system do its work, and then after a case you can talk to your heart's content, really. But we must give them the time to deal with it, and that is basically that, really. We can't really discuss it. As I say, it's an active case, but let the police do their work, get the full story, no matter what it is, and then justice should be served if found guilty. Lingard and Nunes, please, I'm on my knees. Nancy, you're not getting Lingard. You're not getting Lingard. Is Isak going to Arsenal? Well, he's got a £75,000 release clause, so I'm not sure. Greenwood has been suspended by United. That's all I know at the moment, but that is obviously a developing situation. Big up to Prime. How you been, bro? I've been all good, mate. I've been all good. Been playing Football Manager, chilling, doing all that stuff. It's been wonderful. Dembele rejected Arsenal. Isaka's left London, maybe. I mean, you lot seem to have a lot of eyes everywhere. But what I'll do, as always with deadline day, yes, I mean 75 million. Not 75,000. If it was 75,000, it would be a lot cheaper. Yeah, 75 million. But yes, there's the link. Jesse Lingard wants to leave United. He told Ralph again during meetings. West Ham and Newcastle keen to sign him. Up to United now. Well, we know that, but we can also categorically tell you he's not going to West Ham for the reasons that we've seen many times before, which is United are not going to strengthen West Ham United, who are in a battle to get top four. Like, I get West Ham want him, but United have all the cards. They know they're going to lose him for free in the summer anyway, so I don't think they really are that bothered if they get any money or if they loan him out. And with the situation at United, with the amount of forwards that have gone, Lingard may actually be needed. So it's one of them. But Kenny, I believe, has just joined in the background. Big up, Kenny. How are we?
I am decent, but let's actually hope United do something for once on deadline day.
Yeah. Maybe. Wolf says, Kenny, how are you? He's terrible.
I am decent.
Van Matter is bigger than United.
What?
But big up, Wolf. Bruno and Weghorst announcement video was so good. Yeah, I saw the Bruno one. It poked fun at United, wasn't it? So no, Arsenal, wasn't it? And Ravio. But let's go through the ones to keep your eyes out for. So we'll start with United. In Dembele, keep your eyes out on him. Bissouma is also another one that has been linked, although I cannot see United doing that at all. The ones going out, Ahmad. Obviously, we know Ahmad has gone to Rangers. Donnie Van Der Beek could be on his way to Everton. Medical is being done. Lingard looks like he could be on the move as well. And Dean Henderson, another one that's popped up, could cause a complete shit show for Raul 15 stays. Because look, I think we all know that probably the person leaking all the news is Dean Henderson. Kenny, how bad would it be for Ralph Rangnick if Dean Henderson were to stay past deadline day?
Well, I think for this channel you'd want Dean Henderson to stay, but I think for United I don't want him to stay. For this channel because you have the lineup leaked before, but for United it's honestly really bad that a player is leaking the lineup before. That also tells the opponent that if an opponent sees a leaked lineup now, however that may be, players are on Twitter. If they see a leaked lineup and they tell the manager, then the manager make tactics against that lineup. It's a disadvantage to us as well that he's leaking these lineups, and it's very much a disgrace. While I rate Dean Henderson, I rate him as a keeper. I really think he has to go out on loan. He has to clear his mind. He has to go to Newcastle, get some game time. I don't know why it was Newcastle though, because Newcastle actually have some decent keepers. But
yeah, I'm stumped on Newcastle as well. But it appears that they want another good goalkeeper in their ranks. What that means for Darla and Dubravka, I've absolutely no idea. I know Woodman's just gone out on loan, but it is mad. That's a bit mad. I'll be offline for the next 2 weeks. However, I am free today, so love it. 8 transfers, man. You need to create stars, develop current players. Yeah, well, maybe. Wolf, Liverpool, we done our deals. I'm so happy. Now our Spurs doing any deals. I'll get to Spurs. We've got quite a bit to talk about with Spurs as well. It looks like they're going to be quite busy, which could fuck up United considerably going for top 4, but we'll see. Question for Niall and Penny: which team had the best January window? Which team has had the worst? For both, do top 6 and outside top 6. So best so far, I am going to go for. I'm going to go for Liverpool. Liverpool, I think, have had the best window. I think very closely by Spurs, actually, of their signings they've made. But I think Liverpool getting in Luis Diaz and potentially Fabio Carvalho. I think 2 great ones there. So, I think Liverpool have had the best. The worst, I would go United or Chelsea or Arsenal. It could be any of them, really. United haven't got anyone in. Chelsea haven't got anyone in, and neither have Arsenal. So I think those 3 are on par with shittest window so far. But what can you expect from 3 of the worst clubs in England? Outside of the top 6, the best window probably goes to Newcastle, and I think everyone knew that of the amount of money that they can spend. It's just the way it is. And Kenny, did you want to answer that, or do you agree? So Kenny says United are shit. I agree with him there. But I am happy with one deal. Martial to Sevilla, fantastic deal.
Hold on. Can I just say, I did not say that. I do not know who Penny is. I am Penny. I do not know who Penny is. I agree with you now. I agree with you.
Diaz to I don't even know who Diaz is, so he must be shy. Big up to Captain that. Now, are you boys doing any deals? Probably not. Now, question: will Diaz be any good against a low block team in the Prem? Well, again, we just don't know, do we? I don't know an awful lot about Luis Diaz, if I'm being completely honest. Watching the Portuguese league is not something I do on a regular. Watching Serie A, I don't do either, and watching La Liga, I definitely don't do. And I believe there's a French league called Ligue 1 that I've never watched in my life. So I don't. I don't. I think I watched one game in the Bundesliga. It was Munich versus Mönchengladbach. It was a good game actually.
I watched Bundesliga, but it was the only thing on. Do you remember those times?
Yeah, I didn't even watch it then. I thought it was just. I don't watch foreign football, so I don't really know much about Luis Diaz. But Jurgen likes him, so we'll go for that. For me, it's Arsenal the worst. So many outgoings, but 0 ingoings. Absolutely.
I think we are absolutely.
Best window is Newcastle. Worst window, Arsenal Football Club. Arsenal signing Ian White to strengthen their midfield. Here we go. Do you know what? He'll probably do a better job than Xhaka as well. And Wolf, I've already explained that we shouldn't be talking about that situation, and I'm not going to read that out for obvious reasons. But moving on. Now, does the Diaz deal let FSG off the hook with a lack of activities? Well, I don't think FSG have ever been on the hook, have they? Liverpool fans seem pretty calm with FSG. Jurgen seems pretty calm with them, and seems like a calm ship. They don't get flustered. They don't, mess around. They don't overspend. They get players that they want. They get players that come in. They trust their youth. I think FSG. I don't think there's ever been a hook on FSG. I think the Super League was something, but I think they've moved on from that. And as I say, I don't actually think there was a hook on FSG. But question why are Chelsea fans obsessed with Arsenal? Well, it goes both ways. It's rivalries, Ravi. I can't stand Exeter City. I'm not obsessed with them. I can't stand them. So it's just that, really. Man City, talking to Man City, though, they've got Alvarez. That's done. United were linked to him in the summer. That never materialised. Spurs, they brought in Kulievski. They brought him in, and they've also brought in Ben Tenker, Rodrigo Ben Tenker. They're also looking at Carrasco, so they've got a few in. Don't know where Kenny's gone. No idea. Oh no, there's the silly twat. Also outs for Spurs. Look at Dele Alli, Lo Celso, and Tanguy Ndombele. All moves there. Liverpool obviously brought in Diaz. They're looking at Fabio Carvalho. In terms of outs, keep an eye on Nat Phillips, Neco Williams, and Takumi Minamino. And for Chelsea, keep an eye on Dembele, but I don't think Chelsea want to do any deals over January. So they're the ones to keep an eye on. And Kenny obviously will keep an eye on anything going on in the world of transfers as well as I am. But yeah, do 50 push-ups. Big up now with the facts. Thank you. Do City need to do any deals? No. What was that, Kenny? Oh dear. Kenny's being told off. Unlucky Kenny. So the update on Lingard. So this was about 30 minutes ago. Obviously, we've been live for 20. It says Jesse Lingard wants to leave United. He told Ralph Rangnick again today during a face-to-face meeting. West Ham and Newcastle still keen on signing him. Up to United now. Phil Jones is not leaving United. He is staying as well. So that is that.
The greatest I'll ever be.
Indeed. And Dembele has no interest in joining Arsenal. So, Arsenal getting muddied again. But Kenny, let's talk Frank Lampard. Let's do a bit of that. in terms of Frank Lampard, do you see this as a move that is beneficial to Everton? Obviously, you know, there's been a bit of anger, shall we say? But what do you make of Frank Lampard being the new not Liverpool, Jesus Christ, Everton manager?
First of all, thanks, Wolf. Second of all, on this, I think for what Everton currently are striving to do, which is, you know, getting to that mid-table spot this season, and then next season maybe pushing on for Europe, getting to 7th to 8th, trying to get Europe Conference League. I think it's an okay appointment. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure about Frank Lampard yet. I think he's one of those managers which I'm just not sure about yet how good he actually is. But I think for now, but for the next 6 months, for the rest of the season, I think it's a decent appointment. Because I do think Frank Lampard can get Everton out of the mess they're currently in and get them to mid-table, get them out of this relegation battle. And I think he can maybe go on a run in the FA Cup. I think Everton fans will be happy with that. So next 6 months, I think he'll do well. After that, not too sure.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Niall at Arsenal getting their sack. I've not seen anything. Anything. In fact, Samuel Luckhurst has just tweeted an issue for United to consider with Lingard and West Ham is whether take the risk of letting him rejoin a top 4 rival and potentially bank goodwill regarding any future approach for Declan Rice. United haven't signed a senior pro from West Ham since Paul Ince in 1989. So, it would Lingard going to West Ham give you any favourable treatment of getting Declan Rice? No, I don't think it will, because I think ultimately West Ham aren't going to get shafted for Declan Rice, and they're going to want big money from whoever. So I don't really see that as we've given you Lingard, you're going to be nice back to us now? I don't see football being like that. United dropped Newcastle survival bonus for Jesse Lingard from 12 million to 9 million over the weekend. They could lower it further. I've never seen a survival bonus put into a loan contract. So United are doing new things there. Interesting, Atalanta looking at Divock Origi if Zapata moves to Newcastle today. Origi could be on the move. And Villarreal have an agreement in place with Tottenham for Giovanni Lo Celso. Final details now discussed on player and contract side. Unai Emery is pushing to have Gio. Once Villarreal resolve their list problems, the two clubs will sign the contract. So, Lo Celso, and that would be a loan deal. That would be a loan deal between the two there. So, pretty interesting that one. Some comments here. Minamino confirmed staying Leeds deal is off. Well, I don't think that was the only deal that he could go, is it? Big up to Wolf though. Kenny needs a crown. I don't agree with that. Yeah, dude. Kenny, you should buy a mic would sound more clear. This is true, Ravi. This is true. Sure, Lampard gonna take Everton down. Ravi, Isak deal off. Arsenal bids 53, not enough. It's £75 million release clause for him, isn't it? So get favourable treatment long. I know, right? I know. It's mad some of the shit you see. Lampard will try and take Mount in the summer. I don't think that will happen, is it? We don't want to strengthen top 4 rivals, 150 million for Rice. We don't know the way screw themselves by wanting players too cheap. And CNR and Kenny, big up. Big up. I've got to go see you in, I don't know, weeks or months. So we're going to be live until past 11 o'clock. So if you do find time to pop on, please do make so. Yes. I've never heard of him in my life, so I wouldn't have a clue. I would not have a clue who that is. But
I know what he's doing now. I know what he's doing.
Yeah, never heard of him.
I know what he's doing with that name.
Yeah. I think we can all sort of gather on that. But Kenny, in terms of United, do you think anything is going to happen? Because I just struggle to see anything happening, to be honest.
You know what? I think what'll happen is that we will. What'll happen basically is that we will have like this weird thing. We'll get really close to Dembele and it'll break down in the last hour, and and the disappointment of every United fan will be immeasurable. I think with Bissouma, I just think it's one of those. Well, but Bissouma I don't see happening. Dembele could happen because he is cheap, but I just can't see it. I just can't see it, So yeah, nothing says of ingoings, outgoings. I think Lingard will go to Newcastle. I think Henderson will go, and I think Niall will go. I think Niall will go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Deadline day, because it appears that it's slower. Although Aubameyang talks continue over a possible move to Barcelona from Arsenal. But yeah, I mean, I can't really see anything. I think it's going to be one with the transfer window in January. It doesn't really start heating up until I think later on in the day. Later on in the day is when I think it livens up a little bit, because ultimately it's all about getting that deal, and and when I say deal, I mean they want a good deal, they want a cheap deal, but it's one of them. Although Bournemouth, they're looking at Bournemouth are actually moving quite mad in the Championship, so they're looking at Kiefer Moore. They've had a 3.5 million bid for Cardiff striker Kiefer Moore accepted. They're also looking at Todd Cantwell on loan with an option to buy in the summer. Even though I think he actually done his contract run out in the summer. And I also believe that they're also looking at Nat Phillips. So Bournemouth, do you think Bournemouth are one that could go into being a bit of a madness? Because it looks like they certainly look like they'll be promoted, but if they get Kiefer Moore, Todd Cantwell, can you see them surviving in the Premier League next year?
I think I can definitely see them surviving.
That's incorrect, because they've got Ethan Laird for right back, haven't they? So
yeah,
I can't see them getting Neco Williams and Ethan Laird. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the signings for Bournemouth in terms of helping with that survival. Though survival, I mean, I think it's far too early to say, but I think they will help in terms of survival in the Premier League. Though it's far too early to say whether they will help them survive. But I think they are good deals. I think they are very good deals.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Bournemouth have also just got Freddie Woodman on loan until the end of the season from Newcastle. So Bournemouth are really moving mad. It's like they're going to be doing what I may be doing on Football Manager after a window, because I've actually just been promoted from a Championship to the Premier League with Argyle. Also just won the FA Cup, beat Liverpool in the semi-final, and only had to go beat Arsenal in the final, didn't I? So,
what is your team? What is your team?
What is my team?
Yeah, in front of her well.
My team with Plymouth. I'll look it up later. I'll look it up later.
Oh, okay.
Niall and Penny for the top 6 signing of the season so far. Flop of the shut up, Kenny, when I'm talking. Kenny still hasn't learned anything in terms of respect. Also, Everton are in talks to sign Dele Alli. So Everton could be getting Dele Alli. That would be a big move for him, to be fair. But question for Niall and Penny for the top 6 signing of the season so far. Flop of the season so far. I would say signing of the season. I'm going to go Ramsdale. I think he's been absolutely excellent.
Penny?
And flop of the season, I would go for Lukaku. I'd go Lukaku flop of the season. What about you, Penny?
I don't know who Penny is. I'm Kenny, but it seems that you're asking me. I think the signing of the season is a tough one. Signing of the season. I think Ramsdale, Dennis. I think Ramsdale because Arsenal do much better than Watford. Flop of the season. I think there's 3 flops that stand out, and those are Grealish, Lukaku, and Sancho. I can't separate any of them. Though Grealish was the most expensive, so Jack Grealish. But all of them have been awful.
Yeah. No, pick one, though. You've got to pick one, though.
Grealish. Because it was the most expensive. It was the most expensive,
Yeah.
so that's why.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Dele Alli. What would you say that's a good move for Everton? Dele Alli and Van Der Beek, Everton. That could be a madness, wouldn't it?
I think with Dele Alli, depends on whether he starts actually getting like back into football. And you know what I mean. Like he just lost his interest. Really, it seems like of course Jose Mourinho and the All or Nothing documentary were talking about how bad he is in training. And that I know he can't even get a starting spot, and when he does get a starting spot, he's just interested in game as well. I don't think he's that good anymore. But I think if Everton were to get him proper game time, were to utilize him more and get him back interested, I think he would be very good. But in his current state, I don't think it's a great signing, especially with Van Der Beek as well. They kind of
What are you fucking talking about? Like, so what? So you don't think Everton getting Donnie Van Der Beek and Dele Alli is going to be a good move? Like, have you just heard yourself, or
I think Donnie Van Der Beek will be a good move. I think Dele Alli.
They can both play in the same midfield, can't they? Because you lot have been asking for Donnie Van Der Beek to replace McTominay or Fred for God knows how long. So they can play in the same midfield. Dele Alli more advanced, Donnie deeper. Donnie is a deep playing playmaker. Ali is an advanced playmaker. You put that over box to box, you're sorted, aren't you?
Everton don't usually play with an advanced playmaker.
Well, have you seen Frank Lampard manage Everton yet?
No, but
then how can you possibly say? You're right. Rafa Benitez didn't. Rafa didn't. What are you talking about? They got a new manager, Kenny. That's like me saying, United have just signed Ten Hag, but I think they're going to play for 4-4-2 and they're going to play hoofball. Like, well, but I you did under Ralph Rangnick. You played 4-4-2 hoofball.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, you have. You played 4-4-2 hoofball against fucking Burnley.
Once. And
Wolves. So your knowledge there absolutely fucking shocking. Again,
I just don't think it's a good signing. Really,
you're an idiot. You're officially an idiot. Moving on. Kenny's ball knowledge is fucking shocking. Everton also looking to sign Jovic. Remind me of Jovic one day. All it takes to get Ali back is Lampard getting Ali's love for football back, which I don't think will be hard. No, he just wants to go somewhere he's loved. That's ultimately what he wants to do, isn't it? Midfield 3 of Alan, Van Der Beek and Ali. I think Donnie will. I also think Dele Alli would be good at Everton. Aubameyang, I don't know where at. Oh, is that Aubameyang? Yeah, it is Aubameyang. Looks like he might not be going to Barcelona in the end. Could be going to, I think that might be China or Saudi Arabia. And God knows where. Midfield 3 of Alan, Donnie Van Der Beek, Ali. Guys, please donate to GoFundMe for Kenny to gain ball knowledge. Clearly, it's not enough. I don't think Kenny will ever have ball knowledge. Big up to Nippin. Delhi is dog shit. I mean, another one whose footballing opinion is shocking. I can predict Lampard's first XI. That's it's that easy. Well, that's probably because you haven't got enough players for there to be any competition. Kenny's ball knowledge. Why? What did he say? Oh, he said that he said Dele Alli is not going to be a good signing for Everton, but Donnie will make that make sense. It would appear that Dele Alli has never been any good at football. He also said that Everton don't play with a 3-man midfield, but he hasn't seen what Lampard's ideas are for Everton are. So I merely said that they're going to sign Eric Ten Hag and they're going to play 4-4-2 hoofball.
I forgot about one point, but the other part.
Yeah, Kenny is officially an idiot. Kenny ball knowledge is actually tragic. It is actually tragic, Lanzi. You're absolutely correct there. Sometimes I do wonder. Aaron Ramsey has joined Rangers, though. That's an interesting one from there. But well, I mean, there's nothing going on at United apart from God knows what. But now Liga to watch on for the AFCON final? Probably not. Probably not. There is that. But yeah, transfer window shuts at 11. We'll be with you all the way through. It is a bit slower at the moment. Though I'm not going to lie to you, it is a little slower, a little slow. But Kenny, in terms of Chelsea, do you think their lack of signing a left back is going to be a problem?
Yes, I think it will be because I mean Chelsea are already in 3-4. They're already falling hard in the Premier League table and with points wide. I think that not signing a left back, let alone not signing anyone of note, is seriously going to damage them as well. Because I think they clearly do need a left back and a few other signings, a striker as well. Lukaku's shit, by the way. But yeah, I think it's very, very, very poor for Chelsea to not get a left back or really anyone of note.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Let Kenny finish what he's trying to say. I want to understand what he's saying. What on what? What on Everton? Oh, crack on, Kenny. Expose your ball knowledge for. So Frank Lampard doesn't normally play with a 3-man midfield, but Dele Alli, Donnie Van Der Beek. What do you make of them? So tell Prime what you were thinking, because no one else can make any sense of it.
Right, first of all, I forgot Lampard was at Everton, just for a brief second. So that's what I said about. Second of all, on Dele Alli and Van Der Beek, one of them can flop. It makes sense for at least one of them to flop. I think Dele Alli will flop because I think Dele Alli has lost his love for the game. He's lost his interest, and I think he's a bit washed up. I think with Donnie Van Der Beek, he clearly wants to get back into the game. He clearly wants to play football. Dele Alli right now is completely disinterested and doesn't want to play football. Donnie Van Der Beek, he looks like it. I think Donnie Van Der Beek will or should be. Dele Alli will not.
So, do you not think that Frank Lampard can get Dele's love for the game back? Because I think
he's dog shit.
Well,
he is dog shit.
1 minute from you, Nippin. Let me finish. But no, in terms, do you not think someone like Frank Lampard can inspire Dele Alli to bring back the love for the game? Because there's no denying Dele Alli is a talent. Dele Alli is a talent. He's a very talented player who I don't think he's had the right managers. I think you put Dele Alli over Jose Mourinho and a Conte, I think you're asking for all sorts of trouble there. Let's be realistic, shall we? 1 minute, Nippin, 1 minute. So someone like Frank Lampard, who is one of the greatest midfielders in the world, played in exactly the position that Dele Alli plays in, which is a central attacking midfielder. Are you telling me that someone like Frank Lampard, who's been there, done most things in the game, gone through tough parts in football as well, do you not think someone like Frank Lampard can get the best out of a Dele Alli?
Could. I don't think he will. I think Dele Alli is I think he's a bit of a lost cause now. I think Frank Lampard. It depends.
Christ.
But I just don't think so. But the thing is, you have to think.
Lost cause. What am I hearing today? Like, can someone in the chat let me know if Dele Alli is a lost cause? Because Nippin, explain to me why Dele Alli is a lost cause then.
He's dog shit.
That's not explaining it. That's just giving quite a dodgy opinion. Explain to me how Dele Alli is, as you quote, dog shit, which is pretty offensive to say the least. But explain to me that.
Have you seen his performances whenever he played for Spurs?
Yes, when he first joined Spurs, he was one of the best attacking central midfielders in the league. Then Spurs, then everyone at Spurs went through tough times under Mauricio Pochettino after failing to win the Champions League final. Right? Everyone went through the same period. Harry Kane, a lot of them, they were all crap. And then you've brought in two you've brought in two very, very defensive managers who demand something very different from their teams. And Dele Alli has struggled. There's no doubt that Dele Alli has struggled. But no, Dele Alli was one of the central midfielders, played for England. And I find it shocking.
But
some
right
of the
now,
things I hear.
he's not that good. Right now, he's not that good. And his performance.
No, you're right. Which, yes, I completely agree. And Jose Mourinho, he's not being good. I think that's a fair comment to make. But no, I think Dele Alli can definitely do better. And I think he under the right manager, I think he'd do that.
Yeah, but I'm just a bit.
I mean, just to.
Sorry, you were saying.
I just think to say that he's. I just think to say that he's just dog shit without taking anything into.
His recent performances just prove my point, though.
Yeah, it proves a point that under a defensive manager like Conte, Dele Alli is struggling at Spurs. I agree, but to say that he's completely dog shit, I mean, sometimes it does make me wonder. It does. I mean, this guy has played 269 games for Spurs. He's got 67 assists and 61 assists, 67 goals. Like that's not dog shit.
That's history.
Well, yeah. So that's you're right. That's what United say on a daily basis. History.
But that's different. That's different. Trophies are different to a player's history.
Not really. I mean, your club right now is doing absolutely fuck all. They're a banter of a joke, and they've fallen on hard times. That's no different to Dele Alli, who has fallen on hard times. So what's the difference?
Do you think United will win?
United were any good. When did I say United were doing any good?
Well, no, you just said that it's completely different player on club, but you're both playing like shit at the moment.
I said a club's history is different to a player's history.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Not really. You haven't won a trophy in 5 years.
Yeah.
Where's the difference?
I never said we were good. I never said we were good currently.
Kenny, you having a conversation with you is one of the most difficult things in life.
Sure.
And that is Joe's expectation for a starting 11 for Lampard. Issues going on with Fulham, Liverpool bid 5 million. I'm pretty done. His contract run out at the end of the season. That is mad. That is mad. But Everton have confirmed. Well, this is according to Romano. A Dele Alli to Everton, done deal. Here we go. Full agreement reached with Tottenham. Permanent move. Subject to medical for the next few hours. It's done. We have got Joe as well. Joe, talk to me about that one. So you've got Dele Alli now. these two, Nippin thinks he's dog shit. Kenny doesn't really understand football, but being an Everton fan yourself, what do you make of this one?
No, I think it's a good sign, and we've been screaming up for a attacking mid for a while. Letting James Rodriguez go in the summer was probably the biggest mistake we made, and I think bringing Dele Alli into the system Frank Lampard runs will be the best thing for his career at the minute, because since whatever manager brought Ali into Tottenham, since he left, Ali hasn't had the best of times, because most of the managers Tottenham have brought in have been very defensive minded, and Dele Alli hasn't fit their system, and you can tell that, and he's been kind of out of the loop at Tottenham, and that shows in his recent performances, because he hasn't been the best, but you can't expect someone who rarely gets one game a month to come into a team and just absolutely tear it up. So I feel like if Frank Lampard starts to give him regular game time, gets him back into the game, Dele Alli could once again become one of the best central attacking midfielders in the league.
Yeah, no, I agree. Winter South, big up Andrew, says, yep, lost cause, he's regressed in all aspects of his game. Even under Poch, does not look interested, does not seem to work, to want to put in the work. I agree, he has regressed. I disagree with the lost cause, though. I do disagree with that, mainly because I think when you've got a manager like Frank Lampard who played in the exact position Dele Alli plays, I find it unforgivable that someone like Frank Lampard isn't going to get someone like Dele Alli to want to do this. I find that shocking, but
Dele Alli to Everton has been confirmed. It's a done deal.
Yeah,
and here we go.
Yeah, Romano. I think it is a good deal. I do think it is a good deal. I think the only person who can fix Dele is Dele Alli. Lampard could get a tune out of him, but he needs to be willing to work and not be lazy. I agree, but I think Dele Alli needs to be loved. It sounds weird, right? But it's true. You have got these players. Ruud van Nistelrooy was a prime example. He needs to be loved. That is what Dele Alli needs. He needs someone to put his arm around him and go, look, we love you. We know what you can do. It's brilliant. You know, it is mad. Oh my Lord. Right. I hope I've got good mods in the chat. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going through some of the comments and some are absolute. Oh, that's good. That's good. That is absolutely disgusting. Recent performances, man really gets played. Yeah, I hear that one. An Everton fan had enough for Liverpool fans, to be honest. Everton, Liverpool. Huh? I mean, I don't get any. I don't get any of this really. Yeah, Everton needs stability, not changing the manager every 5 minutes. I agree with that. I agree. How low Liverpool fans are annoying. Well, the Liverpool fans have always been a little annoying. Change the club will do him good though. Yes, a little bit of sense coming through here. A little bit of sense coming through. To go into nonsensical, here's Prime. I'm joking, Prime. Love you really. Prime, what do you make of the Dele Alli deal? Because I think it's safe to say everyone's a little mixed here. Me and Joe think it's a good deal for him. Think Lampard will be able to get the best out of him. Nippin thinks Dele Alli is dog shit, and well, Kenny's just Kenny.
He is.
I don't think he's dog shit. I think he's gone through. He's gone through a lot of issues, hasn't he? He's played with managers that haven't necessarily got the best out of him or dealt with him in the right way. You even saw, I think, Ryan Mason got a bit of a tune out of Dele Alli. He needs a specific type of manager. But Prime, what do you make of this deal?
I don't know. I think this might. I don't know. I think this might be a bad deal. But it also might be depending on what he's tasked to do. Because he played well with Poch for 2 seasons, and scored goals. But that's because he basically played as like a second striker. His job was to actually score goals. He's as a creator, he's not as a creator, he's not like elite. I think he's kind of maybe above, not average per se, but like he's not great at creating. When Jose came, he worked hard for a little bit, and then he just completely tailed off. And he's doing, I guess, maybe similar with Conte right now. He started working hard for a bit and tailed off.
Do you not think the way? Do you not think the way Jose sort of treated him in a way impacted in Delhi?
No, because Jose played him and then he just stopped working hard. I think with him, it's I don't know. It's partly yes, fine. You have to. Certain players suit certain systems. I get that, but the better players, the more elite players, can play in multiple systems and still excel. And I think depending on what he's tasked to do, if he's playing in a 3-man midfield, that won't suit him. However, if he's playing, like he did with Poch at Spurs, where he's playing right behind who's the striker, Calvert-Lewin, as like a second striker tasked to win the knockdowns Calvert-Lewin gives them and score goals. Fair enough. I think that will work, maybe. However, if I have the option of playing him or what's his name, Van Der Beek, I think the Van Der Beek thing is done. If I have the option of playing him or Van Der Beek in the 10, I'd play Van Der Beek because he has a lot more strings to his bow. And Niall, you said the comparison, Dele Alli is like Frank Lampard. I think that's wrong. I think Van Der Beek is the closest, or he's not exactly like him, but Van Der Beek is closer to him.
I didn't say Dele Alli was Frank Lampard. I say they played in the same position, which is just factually.
I don't think they did play in the same position. Frank Lampard played in central midfield. Ali played as a second striker.
Well, no, I think the Lampard played as more of a 10. I think would be a
no. We didn't play with a 10. We played Lampard played in a 3-man midfield.
Yeah, but he was definitely the more advanced one. He did act like a 10. I mean, the amount of times he'd be in and around outside of the box.
But when you look at their positions, he was nowhere near as advanced as Ali. That's kind of my point of depends what his job role is. If you're coming into to create and be, because Everton lack a creator in the team clearly, your job is to come in to create. Van Der Beek is much better at doing that. If your job is to score goals, well, Ali hasn't consistently done that for about 2 years now, maybe, or 3 years now. So is he still at that elite level?
Why can't they play both of them?
We are playing both.
I don't think Ali's good in the 3-man midfield, and unless you're playing a 4-2-3-1, I wouldn't trust Van Der Beek in the double pivot. Or maybe you can do what Spurs did, and they played Eriksen as like on that right hand side, and he tucked in while Kyle Walker overlapped. Maybe that would work with Van Der Beek, maybe. But again, I don't know. Can he do that? Who knows?
I do think Donnie can play in the double pivot. I mean,
the amount of played that in Ajax. I swear it was him as the only double pivot.
I'm pretty
sure he didn't play in the double pivot at Ajax because his main position was to play as the 10. He didn't play in the pivot consistently.
But I know he had a few games there, and he has played there for United. He's played there a few times actually, and
it hasn't worked. And it hasn't worked when he's played there for United for 1-2. United fans always say United fans. Hold on,
it definitely has. I mean, I remember Wolves. Right, I remember Wolves last game of the season last season. Donnie Van Der Beek and Matic had probably the best central midfield performance I've seen United have all season. So that's
not saying much really. But okay, United fans complain that Donnie can play in the pivot consistently. He did it a bit for Ajax. There's a lot of context to saying that. If you're saying he plays in the pivot with an actual quality top class DM with him, with a quality stable defense with defensive structure, then maybe fine, he could do that.
I think you're forgetting who
Everton. I rate Allen, by the way, but he hasn't performed to the level he has when he was at Napoli. And your defense, I rate your defenders individually, but as a unit, I don't think they're at their best. And Lampard, I know what he's like setting up a defensive structure, and it's shambolic. So it remains to be seen if that would work. Him playing in the double pivot. I know Lampard wants to play this Lampard wants to try and play this 4-3-3 with 2 attacking 8s. So maybe that's sort of the plan, I guess, and have Ali as the goal scorer and Donnie Van Der Beek as the creator in it. So fair enough, if that will work, then let's whatever. But I don't trust Lampard defensively as of yet. However, Steve Holland will be part of his coaching staff, and I rate Steve Holland as a coach. He's one of the best I've seen. So
Ashley Cole's going to be part of it
that will improve. Yeah. So Lampard, like, it's different to what he did at Chelsea. He basically just gave jobs to his friends like Jody Morris and the rest of them who are terrible coaches. Now at Everton, it remains to be seen, but it looks like he's dropped his pride and actually brought in quality. So let's see how that would work. But I don't know. I'm not the biggest. I think Ali had 2 great seasons, and people still think he'll get back to what he was, and he might not at all. But I don't know. It remains to be seen. Maybe it's worth the risk for Everton, but I think they're probably better players.
It all depends on how much we spend on him. Because at the end of the day, if we spend 20 mil on a 25-year-old attacking midfielder, I don't see any problem with that. You're forgetting who we've got at our club still. We've still got the likes of Alex Iwobi playing, who we bought for 30 mil. We've got a 32-year-old Townsend. We've got Salomon Rondon. We've got Andre Gomez. Like I love Andre Gomez, but he is not that anymore.
That's the point.
One minute. Are you trying to tell me Salomon Rondon isn't a great striker?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
That is the point. But that's the point. What you just said about Dele Alli, him being a player who, in recent years he's been washed up and hasn't done anything great, but because you're hoping he can replicate or maybe half replicate what he did when he first broke through the first 2 seasons, is that not the same sort of talk and logic? And I'm not saying from you specifically, but was that not the same sort of logic that could have been said about when you bought Alex Iwobi? Oh, when he broke through at Arsenal for the first 2 years. Hold on. When he broke through at Arsenal for the first 2 years, oh, he was great. I know he's tailed off, but hopefully you can get something from him. Or maybe you can get something from Andre Gomez, or you can get something from Rondon or Gray or whatever. Like, it's just my point of. My point is, there's better players you can spend that money on of quality rather than players who are washed up with the hope of maybe getting something.
I think are we all forgetting Dele Alli is still 25? I think 25.
Dele Alli's 25. He turns 26 in April.
Are we completely forgetting this? This lad hasn't even made his prime yet. I mean, I get some players can, they can sort of break through early and never be seen again. But he's 25 years old for goodness sake. I think we need to give Dele a little bit of time to see what he can do. He's been at Spurs. He's clearly not happy at Spurs. I think we can all sit here and agree with that. We haven't seen Dele move to another club. Also, teams will play differently against Everton than they would against Spurs. So do you not think that is a bit that we can look at, that they may genuinely get the best out of him? And let's not forget, Frank Lampard is one of the best midfielders the Premier League has seen. So is it not right that he actually is given the time to work?
But just because you're one of the best players doesn't mean you're going to be one of the best managers. For one, because again, people said the same thing about. No, I know what you're saying. But people said the same thing about Lampard's one of the best midfielders. Oh, he's going to turn Mason Mount into a star. And he'll turn Havertz into a star. And they were Mount was average for us.
Mount was much better when Lampard came in. No one knew who Mount was before Lampard.
No. Mount was with Lampard. Mount was average. He just played a lot of games, but that doesn't mean he was great. Do you really think
Mason Mount would be a Chelsea player now if Lampard wasn't like a
that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't negate what I said. And yes, and no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because without Lampard, Mason Mount might have not been exposed to Chelsea.
Okay, so fans. Lampard gave Mason Mount games. It doesn't mean he improved Mason Mount.
He trusted the youth and gave him a chance.
No, he didn't trust the youth, because because if you know at Chelsea what was going on, there was always going to be a pathway for Reece James and Mason Mount anyways. There was a reason why we didn't. There's no ifs. The previous season, before we had Lampard with Sarri, in January, Sarri wanted to buy a right back. to upgrade on Aspilicueta. The board said no because they wanted to use Reece James, who was unknown at Wigan. We didn't improve on our midfielders because the board wanted to give it to Mason Mount and give him that chance.
Don't think they did.
So yes, I do know.
How many midfielders have you bought since then? Before Mount came in? I swear it's like 6 midfielders.
Before Mount came in, that playing Mount's position.
Okay, whatever you say, mate.
That playing Mount's position. Only Ross Barkley. And Ross Barkley's not better than Mount.
Yeah, but
Ross
he's up
Donkey
someone.
can F off, man.
But Ross Barkley's not better than Mount.
No
But that
one said he
isn't,
was.
you haven't proven what I've said wrong. I'm right in what I'm saying.
No, I literally have because he trusted in Mount.
Prime.
You bought Ross Barkley.
But Lampard didn't turn Mount into this crazy star. Again, you're not proving my point wrong.
Well, actually, can I politely disagree? Because didn't Mount also go on loan to Derby County a season before with Frank Lampard?
Yes, but I'm talking about at Chelsea.
And Mason Mount actually developed and I watched the EFL a lot, as you know, and Mason Mount developed very well under Frank Lampard at Derby. And what actually we saw at Chelsea from Mason Mount, a lot of that was developed under that season with Frank Lampard with Derby.
And what I saw at Chelsea was him playing a lot of games, but not actually being developed properly. I saw him playing a lot of games, getting injured, being rushed back from injury, and being burnt out. So not being developed properly at
Lampard
Chelsea.
wasn't just the Chelsea manager; he was the Derby manager, and Mount developed at
And
Derby.
I know. I'm talking about the end product of what him seeing at Chelsea. Tuchel in this year has improved Mount to levels Lampard hasn't. Just not just with playing games, but also tactically.
Prime.
I think you're forgetting playing for Derby and playing for a top 4 side are completely different things. He's probably not going to develop as much at Chelsea, is he? Like, you need to.
No, you will. If you, with the manager tactically, you will. Obviously, playing for Chelsea, playing for Derby are different levels. But again, you're not proving my point.
You're not proving your point either, mate.
I am. You're just not listening.
You know?
No. Right, moving on. Nipping. What did you want to say?
I want Donkey to leave Chelsea.
What?
Who?
Ross Donkey.
Calling
You'll
someone a
never
donkey.
get me. He's saying he wants to get rid of Ross Barkley. Which you'll never do. Ross Barkley will never leave Chelsea. I'm sorry. Not one single club in England.
Well, he will when his contract runs out.
Well, yeah, when his
That's
contract
about it.
runs out,
Yeah,
he's going to still be paying his contract until that runs out.
Yeah, I can't see many teams. One minute, Prime. You've got some horrific background noise.
Like,
But
how much is a Chelsea asking for him? Like 20 mil.
I don't know how much. I think by this point by this point you should probably be looking to move him away for God knows anything. But it is one of them. But look, I don't think Barkley is staying. There's no chance that Barkley is going in this window.
How long? Prime.
Yeah.
How long will you be streaming for?
I'm Niall, by the way, and
This isn't my channel, so I don't know.
Sorry, no.
I was just about to say I'm going to be taking a break at 6:30 till 7, and then from 7 to 11. So basically from now until past the deadline.
So basically you'll be live until 11 o'clock. So like that's almost 6 hours.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Wow, that's a grind.
I know, right? Tell me about it. But look, I'm sure others will come on, and having people in does massively help. And a little bit of heated debate always goes well as well. Now, do you think the board at Everton are the problem? Well, I think they are part of a problem. Joe, I'm guessing you're probably on the agreement there.
See, with Everton, everyone was blaming the manager when Rafa came in. I personally think that if you look at all the problems at Everton Football Club, whatever manager we bring in and whatever problems we have with the manager, that wouldn't even make top 10 of problems at Everton Football Club. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff wrong.
There's more detail on this Ali deal, and from what I'm seeing here, it's a steal. And this is from Matt Law. Dele Alli's move to Everton from Tottenham, agreed. Set to be an initial free transfer, with Everton paying 10 million once he's played 20 games for a 2.5-year deal. So this talk of a 25 million deal, it's a free transfer with 10 million once he's played 20 games. I mean,
I want to see now. I want to see who we can possibly get that's just as good or better for that price, because you're not going to find anyone for 10 mil who's that good at the age he is.
Yeah, I think that has got to be arguably the best bit of business.
I mean, if it works out, it's a steal. If it doesn't, then you haven't wasted money.
No, but even if it doesn't work out, we've got a young.
I did.
Cam, whose rotation.
Yeah, did Grant get back to you?
I know.
If we need to, we can play FA Cup games and Carabao Cup. It's a good deal no matter what.
That's my point. If it works out, it's a good deal. If he doesn't work out, then you haven't wasted money. That's my point.
Yeah, no, that is a bloody good deal. It's not no, but the free transfer, it's maximum of 10 million paid. I mean, that in itself is, for me, I can't think of a better deal this summer or this January than that. I just can't. I mean, someone like Dele Alli, that if you unlock, you've spent 10 million on, I think that is absolutely amazing. That's an amazing deal, and look, I hope it works out for both sides, because it would be nice to see Dele Alli actually.
What is the Everton's fan's name? Sorry,
Joe.
What is you? How long is Lampard's deal? Is it 3 years?
Oh, what?
Two and a half, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
two and a half, I think.
And what is? Okay, and what is the plan?
To rebuild. I'm sure he'll get an extension to his contract. They just don't want to give him a 6-year contract just in case it doesn't work out. I think once he starts to show what he can do and what his plans are for the future, the board is going to turn around and go, "Here you go, 4 years."
No, but what is the plan?
What is to rebuild and try and get us back to where we used to be? That I'm pretty sure that's the plan for any manager, isn't it? That comes into Everton.
I don't know, because I don't know, because the way you guys ran the bet, so that's why I'm asking what is the actual plan.
Well, so at the minute we're 16th in the league, 16th, 15th in the league, and every single season we never finish. We basically never fail to finish outside the top 10. So our plans his plan is probably to get us back into the top 10, and then start to push back for those European spots that we used to get when we had David Moyes.
I think it'll be this season avoid relegation, next season push for mid-table, season after back into the top 10. I think he can still push for top. I think he can still push for mid-table this season, because the way you got to look at it is with where we are in the league, every team above us has got up to 12th places, 22 games played, or 21, but not able. If all it takes is for Everton to win our 2 games and hand over Newcastle and Burnley, and we're back up into 12th place.
I think
close in the league.
I think Everton are getting relegated.
I mean, Nippin, you're jumping in with another stupid remark there.
Everton won't get relegated. We are quite literally the longest running Premier League club in.
Well, it's not even on that. I can name 4 clubs that are probably in a worse situation than Everton right now. So we'll just add that to a list of dodgy comments made from Nippin. The list is getting longer and longer by the second, Nippin. Wow. I mean, I would definitely say Burnley and Norwich and Watford are definitely more likely to get relegated.
Leeds are more likely to go down.
Wait, Nippin, do you think Everton's squad is that bad, or Lampard is that bad as a manager? Lampard is not that bad. I never backed Lampard at Chelsea, but he's not that bad to get relegated. And also this Everton team or squad currently, even without Ali and Donnie Van Der Beek, is not bad enough to get relegated. In theory, anyway.
Are Ali and Donnie upgrades on anything they have?
Yes.
Is Dele okay? Fine, Donnie maybe, but is Dele an upgrade on anything?
We don't have a central attacking midfielder to upgrade. Our current central attacking midfielder isn't an attacking mid. It's Alex Iwobi, who we paid 30 mil for, and he's never been good in his career. He was a mid player the entirety of his team at Arsenal, and we spent 30 million on that.
That's like
Alex Iwobi is quite literally a bottom half the table, championship level player.
That's the equivalent of saying, does signing Frankie de Jong for United improve their DM situation when they literally don't have one? Oh, you're gonna make me cry with laughter in a moment. If you guys, I will honestly say, and this is for mental health, if you do ever struggle for mental health, hire Nippin to come onto a stream and talk about Frank Lampard or anything. You will see your mental health improved by a lot. Everton have never been relegated in their history. We have 6 times.
Someone just told me that, well, basically, there's not many games left in the season. There's like 16 for most teams. Yeah. All Everton have to do is, in those 16 games, you try out Dele Alli, and then if you don't like him, you sell him. You've got him on a free transfer. He hasn't played the 20 games to make that deal go across. You see how he is, and if he's
but his attitude stinks. His attitude
but his attitude at Spurs stinks. Look, we're going to slowly move away from Dele Alli and talk about some of the other things happening, like Donnie and all of that. But I think yes, his attitude at Spurs does stink. But I don't think he's had a manager who understands Dele Alli other than Mauricio Pochettino, and he left ages ago. So, I think ultimately Dele Alli needs a fresh environment. He needs to go somewhere where he's loved. He needs to go somewhere where he's going to be loved by the fans, loved by the manager, loved by his teammates. So I think at Everton, he can build that, and he can certainly do.
Are you telling me he's going to be to Everton what Jesse Lingard was to West Ham?
There is a strong possibility Dele Alli could be what Jesse Lingard was for West Ham, yes. There's a very strong possibility.
They're both a similar type of player, and they're both going to a much smaller club in their own right.
Yeah.
And when the fans get behind them, they'll find their love for football again and turn into whatever they want to be.
Yeah. No, I agree. But Wolf says I want to hear Kenny speak. Kenny, after hearing everything you've heard about Dele Alli and all of that, have you changed your opinion at all, or?
No, I have not. I still think. I think it.
You're gonna die on this hill, aren't you, Kenny?
Yes, I am gonna.
It wouldn't be the first hill that he's died on for sure.
Yeah. What? Whoa. No. I can confirm I'm not died on any hills, lads. I can just confirm that quickly. Pile here is lying. Also, by the way, Wolf on Canada. Canada are going to the World Cup.
What is going on? Right, you can stop talking now. You need to put your Lampard agenda out of this for sure.
Everyone keeps saying Lampard. Well, maybe Nippon has one, but at least with me, like no, Lampard's ideas of what he wants to do, it sounds great.
He's manager.
He's not a top 4.
Hold on. Let me finish.
He's not a top 4 manager, but I do believe that he's also a young manager, and he'll learn from. He needs to have learned from what he did at Chelsea.
I think in theory, what he's trying to do, or what he was doing at Chelsea, I kind of understood it, but the executions with certain players was poor. I think a big part to Frank Lampard, by the way, is the coaching staff he had. His tactically. Jody Morris and the rest of them were awful. Like, he was the big stumbling block at Chelsea, in my opinion. Because when Lampard came in, Roman wanted to give him the best coaching staff possible. Lampard said no. He wanted Jody Morris. He made that bed, and he got sacked for it, rightfully so. Steve Holland is one of the best, and it remains to be seen if it will actually work.
Steve Holland.
But hold on. Nippin, hold on. Steve Holland is actually good tactically, or great tactically. He will massively improve Lampard's flaws, especially on the defensive sense, I hope anyway. And plus going to a, I guess, quote unquote, not so big team when you'll be allowed to kind of sit back a bit and counter attack. Or at least you don't have to consistently break teams down, which is what Frank struggled at doing. It'll be easier to do. And plus Frank in big games, when he's allowed to counter attack like he did against Spurs twice with Jose Mourinho and stuff, that I guess will probably work maybe.
Can I say something now, Prime?
What?
Do you not think
What?
Oh,
Remember, Frank as a manager, I do not love. By the way, as a manager, I think he has a lot to learn, but hopefully he's not naive this time. Like again, do I think there are better jobs he could have taken than Everton? Probably yes, but he took this Everton job, so which must mean
I remember now.
There must be some plan in mind.
I wanted to say now. Can I say it?
Yeah.
Isn't Steve Holland Gareth Southgate's assistant manager?
I don't know.
Yes, he was. Yes,
he was.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's
okay. Why? What's your point? Is your point that Gareth Southgate's not good?
Oh, Jesus.
Because maybe Southgate's not good, but the fact of when you look at how England are set up tactically and how they're structured, it's actually very well done. So if Southgate is an awful manager, then it must be down to Steve Holland why England are good defensively and they're solid.
I just want to jump in. I just want to jump in really and say Lampard is on his third job now as a professional manager. At Derby, he got beat in a playoff final. Arguably, yes, they should have won it, but he would have learned from that. And then he went to Chelsea. I think he took the Chelsea job far too soon. But you learn from these. I don't see too many young managers who haven't at least had one mistake or been given time to rectify those mistakes. I think a prime one would be Fergie when he first moved to United, was on the verge of the sack. He improved.
Wait. When did Fergie ever have any cock-ups?
When he first joined United, and there was massive press attention on whether he should be sacked or not.
I'd say the same for David Moyes too, because David Moyes, when he left Everton, he moved around a bit, made some mistakes at other clubs, came back to West Ham, and now look what he's done.
Yeah.
He's turned West Ham into a top 6, possibly pushing for top 14.
Frank does need to improve, but I think hopefully the experiences at Chelsea, the experiences at Derby will have helped. He does need some experience around him for sure. I think Everton could end up in the relegation zone one season, maybe one day, but I don't see it this season. There is no way Kenny is on the panel. That doesn't have the right school. I don't. Kenny just getting absolutely battered again. Nippin's on 2 accounts now. Canada is trash. Brilliant. Kenny has the best ball on it. She is a fucking walking library. DCL being injured didn't help Everton. That for sure is true.
I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think DCL is even our best striker.
No, but having to, he's better than one. He's better than one, Don, isn't he? Also, big up.
Who's your best striker? Who's your best striker?
Richarlison. I can safely say Richarlison is the best striker ever.
Would you sell Calvert-Lewin for what? Isn't he being linked with 40, 50, 60 now?
If the right money came in for Calvert-Lewin, yes. Why? What? No one in their right mind. So if Arsenal came in and gave us how much they were willing to pay for Vlahovic, I think the Everton board would be pretty fucking stupid to not take that money.
How much is Calvert-Lewin worth?
I'd say 40, 50 mil.
But why would I spend 50 mil on a player that's not your best striker?
What? What's that to do anything? Because it doesn't matter if he's not our best striker, he's still one of the best English strikers at the minute. Just because Richarlison's better doesn't mean he's not a good striker.
Is he not an inside forward?
No, he plays this season under Rafa. He has played in a 2 striker.
Richarlison can play in all sorts of positions. He can play off the inside.
He can play left wing. He can play right wing. He can play striker. I think Richarlison is strongest at striker.
I think we're going to see Richarlison probably on the right hand side as
Richarlison will be on the right with Calvert-Lewin up top.
Yeah.
And Lampard's already said he wants the ball to keep Calvert-Lewin. He said he doesn't want Calvert-Lewin sold. And
Yeah,
that's
I suppose
I'm fine with that.
if Lampard can get another tune out of what?
Yeah,
Oh, what's the name of the Everton fan?
Jukes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dukes.
Jukes. Can I ask? Are you Scottish?
No.
Get some iron brew.
Yeah, Nippin. He's about as Scottish as I am Australian, mate.
Sorry,
Wait, Niall.
sound very Scottish.
Just go. He sounds like a Scouser, mate. Do you,
Sounds like a Scouser.
Nippin? Do you not understand accents, mate? Because I can help you on that if you.
Also, Everton is in Liverpool. You know, I don't think any Scottish person's going to go, you know what, I want to support a new team. Let me choose Everton football.
Endon Bailey's officially left, by the way.
Yeah, I have seen that. He's on loan at Lyon again, but no, Joe I think is definitely a Scouser. If you think that's a Scottish accent, I think you're in for a shock if you ever go to Scotland.
Get some iron brew. Get some iron brew.
Can I say something though? I had COVID.
Am I about to hear that COVID now means you can't detect an accent?
No.
Because that would be a first. I've heard some interesting things about COVID-19, but I've never heard that one.
And
Wow.
me up.
Huh?
Self-isolation has messed me up.
Oh, I understand that. I think we've all had periods of self-isolation, but I've still been able to detect an accent even whilst I've been sat in my house. I hear you. I do.
But no, anyway, back to the point. Yeah, Bob Caldwell.
Yeah.
You saw her at Chelsea what Tammy Abraham became with Lampard, and I think Tammy Abraham and Calvert-Lewin are quite alike in their own respect. Both of them are really tall strikers. Both have really good area presence. But then when it comes to actually using the feet,
That's wrong.
1 minute, Prime. The background noise of yours is, I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like you're in the nursery or something. But
sounds good.
Carry on, Joe. And then once Joe's finished, Prime, you jump on.
Neither one of them are really that good with their feet. Like Tammy's all right, Calvert-Lewin's all right. They both have their moments, but they're both good aerial presences. And I think with Lampard, he could probably turn Calvert-Lewin into a starter for England over Kane.
Yeah, I mean with the way Kane's been performing recently, I don't know. England and forwards is not something that I like at the moment because we haven't really got any decent ones. I want to move on actually, and it's
hold on. Tammy's aerially is not good.
Yeah,
he's all right.
He's not. Calvert-Lewin is vastly better than him in the air.
No one said that Calvert-Lewin wasn't better. I'm saying he's good air.
You said they are similar, and you were talking about them being similar. They're not.
Both being tall and good in the air.
Tammy is not good in the air.
I mean, he is.
But then I think
he's not.
Well, no, I do agree. Someone like Tammy should be better in the air, but he hasn't been the best in the air. But I do agree.
He's not even the best. He's not good in the air. His link-up play is it's kind of improved at Roma, but his link-up play is not that good. And playing with the ball, he's also not that good either. He's just a good poacher, goal scorer, but that's about it with Tammy. Calvert-Lewin has a lot more strength to his ball.
That will help
Lampard. That's what I'm trying to say. Lampard unlocked Tammy Abraham's ability.
Lampard did not unlock Tammy Abraham.
No, we're not talking about Tammy Abraham or any of that. I can feel another argument brewing on that one. But I do want to continue on the Everton. I do want to continue on the Everton chat because I want to talk Donnie Van Der Beek. Kenny, I'm going to start with you on this one. Donnie Van Der Beek, what position should he be playing? And how do you see it going for him at Everton? Because there's no buy clause, there's no option to buy or obligation. It's very much a straight loan. Obviously, we know United want to keep him until the summer to allow the new manager time to see what they want to do. But what do you see from Donny gaining in this loan? Obviously, he's going to get game time. What's your thoughts?
I think Donnie Van Der Beek. I think he should play both positions at first, see which one suits him better, and I personally think Cam is better position. I think he'll do well because I think with Donnie Van Der Beek, he has a massive point to prove. He's been shafted by basically every manager under the sun, apart from Ten Hag. He's been shafted by basically every other manager under the sun for us. And I think he massively has a point to prove. He's been basically ignored by Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, by Ralph Rangnick. He's just not played at all. And I think now that he's back to getting playing, I think for the first month, I think it'll be rusty. I don't know if it won't be good for the first 2 weeks or so. But then once he gets enough game time to get enough match fitness, get match sharp properly, then he will get much better. And I do think he will be good at Everton. I think he has a massive point to prove, and that's why I think he'll be quite good at Everton.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I don't really know what else to say to that. I sort of agree with you.
Will you be live in an hour, Niall?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, I'll see you. I'll come back in an hour then.
Catch you in a bit, Nipping. Catch you in a bit. But yeah, no. In terms of Donny, I do think he'll be quite successful. But Joe, what about you? I mean, Donny, how do you see him fitting in at Everton? Do you see this as a good one?
So I'm on the fence about it purely without because there's no buy option. I feel like it's just going to be another Kurt Zouma situation where the Everton fans fall in love with the player and really want them to stay, and they have no chance of coming back. And then we're kind of left with that void once again. Because we had the same problem with Kurt Zouma. We had to fill in the void that we lost because Chelsea weren't willing to sell him after the loan. And it's going to happen with Van Der Beek. Do I think it's an amazing signing for us? 100%. I think he'll start right into the same role that Corey plays perfectly fine. But it's more about whether we're going to be able to get him in the summer if he fits in enough.
Yeah. No, I hear that. I think the whole thing with Donny and United not really wanting to let him go just yet is because obviously, as we all know, Ralph Rangnick will be gone at the end of the season. He'll move upstairs where he will be slapped around by the Glazers or whatever they do in the boardroom. And a new manager will come in. The ones that are linked with it at the moment is obviously Ten Hag and Mauricio Pochettino. Both have spoken. Well, we all know Ten Hag likes Donny, and we know Pochettino spoke very highly of him as well. So it's really one of them to see if they will want him to stay or to go. But it's definitely an interesting one. But Kenny, aka the FIFA bot, how are you doing? Okie dokie. I should go Florida and slap the Glazers. I think United. I think the Glazers are too good for United. The McSauce representative is a FIFA bot, ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up, man.
Is Ross Barkley injured? Because I think a loan back to Everton may restart his career.
No, it
I
wouldn't.
I don't think Everton would want to touch him with a barge pole, if I'm being completely honest.
But
I mean,
with loans, you need the fans to get behind you, and not a single fan is ever going to get behind Ross Barkley again after what he did.
No, I do agree.
Wait, what did he do?
Well, he basically told Everton fans that he was going to stay, and then the first chance he got, he left. He basically did what most football players do when money's involved. They say they're going to stay.
What's wrong about that, though?
You don't promise that you're going to stay to a whole fan base and then leave that season. It's a bit like what Sol Campbell did. He had the captaincy, said he was never going to leave, and then left the same season.
But you
don't
just
do that.
said it's what most footballers do. So why did you? Okay, never mind.
No, but it does tarnish your relationship with the fans. I mean, we've just gone through this with a manager who promised the world, "Oh, I'm a Janner, I'm there till the end. Oh, I want to get us promoted. We've got a 5-year plan. Blah 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 blah." First chance someone bigger came in, off he went, and it does absolutely tarnish the relationship between supporters.
I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem with that.
Well, that's because you've probably never had it happen. It's probably because you, as a Chelsea fan, haven't had that situation in recent years. You haven't had someone say, "I'm going to stay," and then just up and leave. Like,
Niall,
we probably have. I just don't really care.
You also need to realise that Everton are a very local club. It doesn't like no one's like you got to think about Chelsea and like Man United and all these teams. They're very global, whereas with Everton, everyone is local to the club. You don't see many fans abroad who support Everton. So once you've ruined that relationship with the local people who constantly are going to the game, you're never going to be accepted back.
But that doesn't mean anything, because if you're a fan of the club, you're a fan of the club. It doesn't mean just because you live closer to the stadium
not like a
doesn't mean a
player.
difference.
You can be a fan.
But that's also not what I said. I just said I don't understand why it's a problem.
The fact that someone ruined the relationships with everyone who goes to the football games.
I don't see it as a ruined relationship. I don't see it as a ruined relationship, which is why I asked that. I don't see what the problem is.
No, it very much is. I understand what Joe's saying in terms of that relationship between supporters, and especially a club a little bit more local. I think Argyle is a very local fan base, and Ian Holloway is also a prime example. Promised us the world and then went to Leicester and decided to get relegated with them, which I still to this day find quite amusing. He'll never be welcome back as an Argyle manager, never in the world. I mean, he came back, I think, 10 years later, and he still got the chant of "fuck off, Holloway, fuck off." And I think once you tarnish that relationship, it's very difficult to get that back. Once you tarnish that relationship between fan and whoever it is, manager or player, I think it's very difficult to get that back. And I do completely understand what Joe is saying. Big up to Mustafa as well. Wolf says Joe is very well spoken. That is true. So I didn't understand the story behind it, so I understand why not. Yeah, it's one of them. It is one of them, and
it's because I swear he was a local lad too. Barkley, I swear he grew up in Liverpool. That's a bit like Anthony. That's like a bit like Anthony Gordon doing the exact same thing. No one's gonna want him back if Anthony Gordon left Everton now. Like after promising he'd stay.
Yeah, no, I
like any other youngster. It's like Foden doing it. It's a bit like Grealish.
Yeah,
Aston Villa fans didn't like Grealish once he left for however much after saying he'd stay.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. Bournemouth have been moving mad.
Villa fans don't currently like Grealish.
Yeah, no.
When Grealish left, they were burning T-shirt. They're burning their shirt with Grealish on the back. Yes.
Yeah,
even though he stayed when they got relegated, got them back to the Prem, stabilized them, and got them 100 mil. That's ungrateful. That's ungrateful.
It's ungrateful, but it's still a prime example of him ruining a relationship with a fan base.
And it's another example of why I don't understand that, because it's ungrateful.
But Prime, all football fans are ungrateful, right?
And football fans shouldn't be.
Well, yeah, but you're not going to change everyone's personality. It's like the prime example would be Schumacher. Schumacher stayed with Argyle. If let's say I was one of these fans who demand that he got us to top 6, he didn't, and then I turn on him, that's just me being a bit ungrateful, because at least he stayed. But it's like, all football fans are ungrateful. We all are. We all demand excellence, even when we can't have excellence. But I want to talk Bournemouth, because I think Bournemouth are definitely going to be in the Premier League next year, for sure. I think they're doing very well in the Championship. They just signed Nat Phillips on loan. Who wants to kick off on this one? Because Nat Phillips, I from what I saw of him last season, I thought he was a good no-nonsense centre-back. I think if you ask him to try and play out from the back, I'm not sure it's going to be too decent, but I think as a no-nonsense alongside a ball-playing centre-back could do quite well. But Nat Phillips off to Bournemouth, they're looking like they're going to come straight back under Scott Parker. Who wants to kick us off on that one?
I can. I think Nat Phillips going to Bournemouth is probably a good piece of business for them, considering they're not buying him. I don't think Nat Phillips is Premier League level, but down in the Championship to help boost their chances of getting back up into the Prem, I think it's probably one of the best signings they could have made in terms of just getting him in for the rest of the season, having him there to help support them and get back up into the Prem where they belong.
Yeah. No, it does make sense. It does make sense. James Pearce said he was amazed the Premier League club didn't snap Phillips up. Well, maybe because Liverpool were demanding a £15 million fee for Nat Phillips might be one. hey, I'm just having a guess here, but maybe it was the 15 million you demanded for Nat Phillips was maybe why a lot of clubs, because I think a lot of clubs, and this is going to be difficult for Liverpool fans to hear this, and I'm sure Joe is going to, weep for them a lot. But in terms of Liverpool, I think a lot of people have seen what they did with Ryan Brewster and Sheffield United and gone, fuck off. Do what?
I think that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Sheffield United got absolutely robbed, and people are starting to realise that. And whenever Liverpool come asking for money, no one's going to accept it because they're just going to think, oh, look, they did that with Ryan Brewster, they did this with someone else. Why are we going to spend 15 million on a player who doesn't play? How do we know he's good? Because when he did play last season, he was all right. Like, he wasn't the best, and it showed. Like, I think he got bailed out quite a lot last season. And like, why spend 15 million on a centre back?
Yeah, and look, reputation counts for a lot. And if you're a club now who is got a reputation for ripping off other clubs, you're gonna struggle offloading players at quite a big fee. Because ultimately that is the way it is. But Kenny, what do you make of Nat Phillips to Bournemouth? Do you think it's a good deal for them?
Yeah, I think it's a decent deal, especially on the Championship where they are currently third. I think it's a good deal. I think they'll help them get back up. Of course, I think we all know Bournemouth this season. I mean, they've had a little bit of a defensive problem. To be fair, they've conceded 24 goals, which doesn't sound like much. But some of the goals they have conceded have been, some of the goals they've conceded. I'll tell you what,
just think about some of the goals United have conceded, and that's
okay. I'm not talking about Man United. Bringing them in.
No, but I was just helping others think about what they need to think about, because not everyone's watched the Championship. So just compare some of the goals United have let in. Mainly the one against Man City with Luke Shaw playing God knows what.
Okay, right. Okay, fine. But yeah, I think it is a decent signing. Especially seeing as Bournemouth's competition, really. I mean, Blackburn and QPR, both sides, which have also have defensive problems. And then Bournemouth getting that sense about getting a better defense with them, as long as the better attackers, the better squad than both. Massively helps them in the automatic promotion race. And yeah, I think Nat Phillips will help them do just that. I think, and it's good experience for him as well. Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Right, so we've done that. Prime, do you have anything to add on Nat Phillips? I know you like to tease Liverpool fans.
To Bournemouth?
Yeah, on loan.
How long is the loan? Is it end of the season?
End of the season, yeah.
I don't know. I don't rate him. I don't think he's that good. But I don't know. That's interesting because I think Scott Parker is doing well, I think.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And do Bournemouth not play football? I don't think when he was trying to, when I saw him playing in the defense for Liverpool, and when he was trying to spray simple 50-yard passes that were going wayward. So I don't think that will work. However, playing in the championship with less pressure because you're not playing for a big club, maybe it'll allow him to improve and make mistakes and learn from them easier. So who knows? But it's only 6 months, so maybe it's a view to be made permanent. But I don't like the guy, so it is what it is.
He's certainly no Van Dijk. I think we can all agree that Nat Phillips is no Van Dijk.
Yes, he is. What are you on about?
and him spraying those passes were shocking. But I think, ultimately you've got to understand the player that you've got. I mean, as a no-nonsense centre-back who will just clear everything in his path, I think Nat Phillips is quite a good lad at doing that. I think he'll put his body on the line and he'll just, if a ball comes in, he'll get rid of it. If you put him next to someone who can play football, I think that will help. I think ultimately, if you've got someone who can play the passing game quite well, or if you've got a DM who he just needs to get into a DM and the DM will ping it to wherever it needs to go, I think he could do a job there. So,
they've got perfect system for him with they've got Jonathan Lerma as a DM, I believe, haven't they?
Yeah.
Ben Pearson, who I'm pretty sure are both quite good when it comes to passing and stuff like that. And then they also have the likes of Chris Meffam in defence, who once again is a pretty decent ball-playing defender. So I think he'll fit in perfectly with that no-nonsense.
Yeah. Wolf says, I am grateful. I love my team. Phil Jones, Mata, Fred. I love it. I think Mata's too good for United. It's like Steve Bruce coming back to us Wednesday. Yeah, that'll be another one.
Wait. Juan Mata is too good for United.
I agree. Roy Hodgson is back. They've managed to get his body out of the retirement home, and I mean, I don't want to be rude. I really don't want to be rude here, but I'm about to be. He looked like death warmed up when I saw him in that Watford jacket. I mean,
they had to get the wheelchair out. They had to push him down the road to go to the local convenience store to buy a pen. He couldn't reach over the counter. Like,
it's brutal. I mean,
let the man retire in peace. That's what I say.
No, I agree. He looks like death warmed up, and it's horrible. It's horrible to see him like that. But also big up to Wolf. Nat Phillips needs game time. He's not going to get at Liverpool, so it's a no-brainer. Yeah, it could be a good deal.
Not even that. He's just not Premier League standard.
Well, yeah, all that. Or he's maybe lower half or relegation fight.
But then he's a relegation battle if in Prem. Yeah, and even then, that's still Championship standard, because if you come up and then go down, that's Championship standard.
I think if you want someone, and Brandon Williams is a fine example, although Brandon Williams is United's best left back, who's actually currently on loan at Norwich. When you're down there, you want someone who's happy to get into a bit of a fight. You want someone who's going, fuck off, I'm going to go through you. It's like that's what.
It's like Ben Godfrey. Ben Godfrey at Everton.
Yeah, you want to.
He'll take someone off, yes, though.
Yeah. You want a bit of fight, and I think Nat Phillips does give you a bit of fight. He gives you a little bit of flair, and I think it does help. Was Roy Hodgson born in Victorian times? I think he's
most likely.
He's late 70s now. I mean, he's had a fine career, hasn't he? But I do think the boy needs to, or man needs to rest. He's not a boy anymore. For sure.
Was Queen Victoria the Queen when Roy Hodgson was born? I think it's going that far back. He's probably seen at least both the world wars at this point.
Didn't he fight in World War One?
He probably fought in World War One. Yeah, he's been around that long. He probably fought in the Balkans. He's been around that long.
He's probably met Jesus. He's probably met Jesus.
Met Jesus.
He watched Bobby Moore lift the fucking World Cup. He's been around that long. He probably managed that England side.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have. Do you know what? The way England are going at the moment, I think I'd have preferred to have been born in the 50s. At least then I'd have watched England actually win something. But Roy Hodgson needs to chill one more stint to finish him off. I mean, I don't want to.
Especially at Watford. Like, everyone's saying Watford have made good signings, and yes, they have. But every single one of those signings was the last manager's signings. Is Roy Hodgson really going to be able to do something with them at his age? The man probably can't even remember half the team's squad. Like at this point, he's that messed up in the head.
And unfortunately, his assistant doesn't look any younger either. So,
Watford needed to sign a young manager in terms of if they want to stay up. They got rid of a manager and signed someone who was quite literally at his retirement home, eating porridge for breakfast that was spoon fed to him.
It's absolutely.
Why did they get rid of Disco in the first place?
I don't know. I
think they did it too late. I think they did it too late too. They let him get his signings across, sacked him. They did exactly what Everton did with Rafa Benitez. Everton sold Digne, signed Mikolenko and Patterson. Trust me, they're both good signings, but they're not Lampard signings. No. And now they sack him, and they did the exact thing with Watford, and they've signed someone who's 80 years old, has been in the English game for way too long at this point, and probably isn't stable enough to go to every single training session.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong, and I think the situation is. I spoke about this when I spoke about it. You want young, hungry managers because they give you something different now. They've got new ideas. It's not the same.
Give you a fight too.
Yeah, and look at Sam Allardyce with West Brom. Didn't manage to keep him up. I think Watford have confirmed their relegation with Roy Hodgson. He certainly
look at Norwich. Look at Norwich. They brought in Dean Smith, and they've actually turned something around. Norwich look like they might not go down.
Yeah.
Will they go down? Probably they will because they're kind of in that situation. But at least they look like they've got a fighting chance of staying up.
Yeah.
Same with Burnley. Even Burnley still have a fighting chance. They're making the right signings.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think Watford have completely misjudged the situation. Wolf says Roy Hodgson was best friend with George Washington.
I can confirm. I can confirm. I've seen photos of the two together. They were in black and white, so I don't 100% know if it was Roy Hodgson or not. But
didn't Roy? I'm pretty sure Roy Hodgson was there when the light bulb was made.
Roy Hodgson was one of the founding members of the Peace Treaty.
Oh, get on. Roy Hodgson was actually one of the three kings that, or the whatever the thing is that saw the baby Jesus or whatever. As you can tell, I'm not.
He brought Mary's zinc. That's what you're trying to say. He brought Mary's zinc that she used.
Yeah, something like that. But Tottenham. Let's move on to Tottenham.
Confirmed.
Yeah, they've signed Kulievski. From Juventus, and they've also gone and got, if I remember the name correctly, Bentaka. Kenny, I'll start with you and then we'll go round again. Top four. Conte doesn't normally get stopped when he wants something. United have not signed anyone. Are you slightly nervous that Antonio Conte is going to be like, and if United could just move out of my fucking way, thank you. Are you concerned that you might see the fall of United go even further now?
No, because I think we got McFred in it. We got the best midfield in the league, potentially one of the best in the world currently. I think that's why I'm not really worried. Because I think McFred is one of the best midfield players of all time. Really, it's on par with the likes of Xavi and Iniesta, the likes of those types of midfield. Kroos and Modric, I think it's on par with those types of midfields. It's very, very good midfield partnership. I think that's why I'm not really scared of Spurs right now. But on a serious note, yeah, Spurs are probably gonna get top four, aren't they? They got games in hand. One of them against bottom of the league. Another one against Brighton. That's probably a 1-1 draw. To be fair. But against Burnley, bottom of the league is one of them as well. Spurs do already look on the up, even without those signings. And the fact is, we currently we don't look like we're making any signings, especially since Barcelona set an 8 p.m. deadline for Ousmane Dembele. We are not getting a deal done for Ousmane Dembele in 3.5 hours. I'll tell you that much. So yeah, it looks like we're going to make no signings as well. The fact is, we have 4 senior forwards left to cover 3 positions for the remainder of the season. That front three, we have 4 senior forwards left. That is all words of awfulness. So yeah. I do think Spurs will get top 4, and I've said this for a while now. I think Spurs that much greater than be top to get top 4. I think they can really go on a consistent one now. But to be fair, McFred though, that's the only reason why I'm a bit, mixed. But yeah.
Well, I've just sent you a message of the exact hour and minute that you started saying all that, so I know what to clip up, and use completely out of context. So thank you for that.
Wait.
You know when you said that McFred was better than Xavi and Iniesta, that's going on Twitter.
It's true.
It's far from the truth as you could get. In fact, McFred is not even better than Panucci, Kamara, and Ryan Brum, and they currently operate. They currently operate midfield in League One. But Joe, in terms of Spurs, they're putting some things in place. They definitely could be a little bit of a fight for top four, because you add that in with Højbjerg. I think Skip's a decent player as well. Suddenly, Spurs look like a decent team, and if they can get Harry Kane firing again, and Son back from injury, it could be quite the season for Spurs.
I agree with that, but I also think they kind of missed the mark on these two transfers they brought in. With Kulusevski, Kulusevski was about their fourth choice in winger. They got beat for Luis Diaz. They got beat for Adama Traore, and they were going to buy those two players and have them permanently. With this Kulusevski deal, they're having to pay 10 million just to loan him for the rest of the season.
For a year and a half, yeah.
For a year and a half. Oh, sorry. So 10 mil to loan him for the year and a half, and they have an option to buy of 35 mil.
Yeah, and then obligation to buy for 35 mil euros,
and then to be paid in installments.
Yeah, under certain conditions, i.e., getting Champions League and appearances, and all of that. Potential 35 million clause would be paid in 5 installments. So that is the deal there. It is a madness there.
Yeah, and then with Bentancur, I think there's better options for how much they've spent on him.
Yeah,
with the likes of Dennis Zakaria, who is literally moving to Juventus because they've allowed Bentancur to leave, and just purely the add-ons Juventus are getting from this deal with Bentancur is paying for Dennis Zakaria.
Yeah, and obviously Zakaria was linked with United, now moving to Juventus. Big up to Jay. McFred is better than Xavi and Iniesta. Kenny, in all seriousness, if you're okay, drugs and need help, I'll pay for your rehab. I hope everyone is good. Big up Jay. I am feeling better. I am. Wait, no, Charlotte will pay for your rehab. It's true, Prime. Actually, no, Donnie James will pay for your rehab. Kenny sober as fuck. I'm relieved Donnie has gone on loan. He should get more game time. Kenny the sober king. I want to talk about United and the situation that they've got. Obviously, they're looking at Dembele. Without obviously going into the case that is currently being investigated by the police. What do United now do on that right-hand side? Obviously, you've got the likes of Jadon Sancho, Juan Mata, who can play there. Kenny, does your right wing need strengthening now with Sancho, the only one who can really play there, unless you're going to try out Juan Mata again, who I think would be a good... I think if you could get Juan Mata, Phil Jones and Matic into the team, I think United would do quite well. I think Kenny may be refusing to talk on that. So, Joe, talk to me about the United right-wing problem.
I think the timing's the worst for them.
Yeah.
They've just let Ahmed go. A day later, the Greenwood stuff happens.
Yeah.
Now they've got Sancho. Dembele is not the answer. You assign someone who's going to be at Manchester Met Hospital more than he is at training. You see at Barcelona, who's going to want to sign them? Yeah. Except for maybe Dortmund or a Bundesliga side, because the Bundesliga isn't that demanding because he was perfectly fine there. Whereas with the Premier League, it's more demand. It's the most demanding league in the world, and if he can't do it in La Liga, what makes you think he's going to be able to do it in the Prem?
Yeah, no, I hear that. Prime says what happened to Palestri. He's currently on loan with Alvarez.
You probably recall him.
They can recall him, and I think they may need to. I think They definitely, obviously the situation is a serious one, and they've had to suspend Mason and all of that. There is an issue at right wing, because now it is literally Sancho and Juan Mata.
Could you not play? Could you not maybe play Rashford right? Maybe Pogba,
Rashford
if you really realistically have to.
If they have to, they could. But Rashford on the right, just take a shit in the toilet, and that is literally the level of performance you'll get from Rashford on the right. He's much better on the left. But it is going to be difficult. But Dembele to PSG has collapsed. Chelsea are not. There are no talks with Chelsea. United does look like it's one of the only clubs, and I agree with you, Joe. I don't think this is the right thing for United, because
especially with his wages too. Because how much are you going to pay to recall Palestri and how much he's probably on? Because once again, he is youth, so he probably won't be on much. You will probably save yourself a lot of money just recalling Palestri and playing him, and he'll be able to play most of the season and won't be 2 broken legs, 7 broken pinky fingers, like ear half torn off within 2 games.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously, Pogba, if you look at the injury records, very similar injury records, I think it would be a mistake getting in Dembele. Bear in mind, if Fred and McTominay get injured, our midfield finished, even though they're both shit. Well, that's when... but that's when it goes in more interesting, because if Sancho, let's go worst case scenario for United right now. Let's just say Sancho, Fred, and McTominay all get injured or suspended. You're left with Mata, Matic, Hannibal. I mean,
to be fair, they've got that Langer, who's quite good on the wing.
Yeah, but he's on the left wing, isn't he? I mean, it doesn't
get
good.
I'm trying to think. You could always play Ronaldo wide and slap Cavani up top.
I suppose you could try Dallo as a right winger. You could try Dallo as a right winger.
Dallo's very good attacking.
And AWB at right back. I mean,
or just play 2 striker. Just play Bruno in behind Cavani, Ronaldo. Midfield 3 of Matic, Fred, McTominay, and then just go from there.
What, as in like a 4-2-1-2?
4-3-1-2.
Yeah, no, that could make sense. Kenny, we were just talking about United's right wing problem, obviously, without going into the legal case of what's going on for. You've got Sancho and Mata who can play on the right hand side. What do you make of United? I mean, Dembele, is he really the answer? Because you look at the injury sort of issues that he's had, very similar to Paul Pogba. Can you seriously afford to waste more money on a player who realistically isn't going to give you that much?
Well, we're not wasting money. I think what's being discussed currently is a loan deal, where and in the summer he's free, so it's basically a loan fee.
You're right. His wages are nothing. You are absolutely correct.
His wages are one of the main reasons Barcelona in financial problems.
Yeah,
that's at Barcelona. He's currently winning.
Is he going to take a pay cut though? Do you think he's going to take a pay cut?
United and wages are hardly something that gives them shining glory. I mean, Martial was on 240k a week. I
personally think United are probably better off just keeping Jesse Lingard and playing him out on the right. I think that's probably a better option than bringing Dembele in. Why get rid of someone who you know is proven in the Premier League? Realistically, Dembele is going to come in, take about 350 grand a week, and then be at the hospital most of the time.
But Lingard don't want to play for us. I think when Dembele... I think with Dembele, I think as a backup to Sancho. Now you can say, "Oh, you want Martial on that 240k," was also largely used as a backup. So his entire career, our club, apart from still a lockdown season.
You've put on a 400k a week deal for Paul Pogba on the table. You and wages are not something. You're not exactly a club that is afraid of splashing the cash. I mean,
if you're signing Dembele as a backup, what's the point? You might as well just focus, bring someone up from your academy at that point. If you're just going to play him as a backup, if he's on 350 grand a week, you want him to start. But like,
yeah, I would recall if anything, I would recall Palestri,
or just play Mata if Sancho gets injured.
I mean, I definitely,
not Mata.
I definitely wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't play Mata there. I'd play Mata in central midfield with Matic. Personally, I would play. I'd have a double pivot of Mata and Matic. To be fair, I think there's a lot of energy in that midfield.
Well.
But I would call back Palestri. I'll just call back Palestri. He's not really getting the adequate game time at Alvarez anyway. I'll just call back Palestri and go, you're playing back up to Sancho for the rest of the season. He'll accept it. He'll be like, oh, yeah, I'll do that, boys. No problem. And then when he does come on, he's got lots of energy. Not many clubs are going to know about Palestri, even to this day. He's not really featured too much for United or for a leading club in La Liga. Is that not a better spend of money? See what goes on with this case and whatever. And then in the summer, make an educated guess. Well, not an educated guess, but make a sensible, non-panic buy type of signing.
In the summer, who's stopping United from buying the likes of Jared Bowen? You could sign someone like that who's Premier League proven, doesn't get injured, gives a fight. Like, why would you want Dembele? Clubs now, all it takes for him to be injured is to poke him in his cheek, and he's got a broken leg. Yeah,
no, I agree. Kenny, do you not agree with that? Do you not think it's best to just try and get someone in, we call Palestri, and then make an educated sign in the summer?
I think with Palestri, just that specific player, I think Palestri is a bit of a risk, especially with how Sancho's been playing.
So is signing Dembele.
Well, Dembele is still proven to be a good player. Now, whether he does, get injured.
Does the game time with the wages match up to what Palestri could do for little wages? It's a risk getting in Dembele, but it's a risk.
Dembele's willing to take a pay cut, apparently.
But you're not listening, Kenny. You slag Paul Pogba for being all the time injured, yet you want to go and sign an injury-prone player. Like, you lot make zero sense sometimes.
How much is the pay cut? How much is the pay cut?
Well, I was gonna. Well, I'm not really sure yet, but because I'm not sure.
Because if the only way that deal is worth it is if he is on a less than $100,000 a week, which I don't think he's not going to take a $250K a week pay cut to go to United.
No, he won't be below $100,000 a week. I mean,
that's why it's not worth it. Both of them are risks. Palestri less of a risk if it's a backup option.
You can say that for a lot of players that are backups, they're not used. A lot of them have astronomical wages. Martial, when he was here before his loan spell, he was at $240,000 a week. As Niall said, he was largely used as a backup for nearly his entire career here, apart from like 1 or 2 seasons.
Yeah, but when you signed him and put him on that contract, he was a starter. You are signing Dembele as a backup. He will be a backup. There's no doubt about that. When you signed the likes of Martial, Pogba, they were going into your team to be a starter.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Why
it doesn't matter if they're not starting now. They'd have to pen a new contract, and once they pen that first contract, they're not going to turn around and go, "Oh, I'll take 120K less to just sit on the bench." They're not going to turn around and do that, especially with how your board runs the club.
Mm-hmm.
They know they'll be able to get their pay extended and added bonuses and all this stuff because the way your club gets run is strambolic. You're in the same situation as Everton. The board don't know what they're doing.
And actually, Everton are in a better situation because their fans know the problems. Kenny, you're giving the Glazers a free hit here, mate. I don't want to be rude. You are Glazers in, mate. Because this is a Glazer signing. This is a Glazer type signing. He's high profile. We'll sell shirts, put him on a ridiculous wage, and then we'll have to fund a hospital bill. I mean, that is exactly the type of player you've brought in. United are not run well, and you're giving the Glazers a free hit.
Here's the thing with United.
I think with the injury issue, I think it might be a problem at Barcelona because Barcelona.
But no! Don't give me that crap. Paul Pogba's had one of the worst injury lists I've ever seen in a current player, and he plays for Manchester United.
That's one player,
Your injury record for players has been woeful.
If he's getting injured,
Eric Bailly, 1 minute, Kenny. Eric Bailly, injury prone. Pogba, injury prone. You know, you've signed in Phil Jones, injury prone. So don't talk to me and say that's a Barcelona issue when your club can't even look after injured players.
But Barcelona have much more players that are injury prone than us. Now I know we do have some injury prone players, but Barcelona is a much bigger problem at Barcelona.
Kenny, it's really on par with your problems, and I think you are obviously Glazers in, and that's fine.
I'm not Glazers in. I'm not Glazers in. That's what I will say. I'm not
some comments here. My new club Sylvia are winning the league and Europa League. Up the Forza Sylvia. Mustafa, please don't leave us. Wolf, I can't watch McWanker and Brazilian Ford week in week out. It's too painful. Dembele played 44 games last season. If he plays at least 20 this season,
I mean, he can't play at least 20 this season. There's not 20 games left in the season for him to play that.
If we're going all competitions, United.
All competitions, but realistically, he's not going to be playing.
Realistically, is that even a possibility? Because they're getting knocked out by Middlesbrough next week. Then Atletico Madrid are going to turn Ralph Ragnick into a granddad and shit on him, and then the manager of what's his bloody name again? Atletico's manager, Simeone, that's one. He's then going to grab his crotch in front of Stretford End, which I will applaud him for. Which I will applaud him for doing. He's probably going to stick 2 fingers up at Fergie as well, which is going to be even better. I think the disrespect United are about to suffer this season is going to be extraordinary.
So here's the thing with United. So I'm going to say this now. The only reason United are where they are now is purely because of the squad they've got. If they had a similar squad to Everton Football Club, they would be in the same position we are. There's no. If you didn't have the likes of Ronaldo, Varane, Bruno Fernandes, Rashford, all these top quality players, and you had the likes of Alex Iwobi, Gabaman, who's constantly injury prone, you would be Ronaldo, right back down. Right.
You just said Ronaldo top quality. Ronaldo is a granddad.
I mean, he's a granddad, but he's better than what Everton have.
I'd say Ronaldo is no better than Anthony Gordon. That's my stance. It's true. It's completely true. It's completely true.
Here, by the way.
I am injured listening to Kenny speak. Get me a dot.
No.
I am a doctor, Mr. I'll support and help you on your journey of having to listen to Kenny speak and how many times your ears are going to bleed on this.
Will Dembele be a loan or a permanent deal? Also, bringing in Dembele will be seen as a starter till the end of the season, or just as body in the squad. Well, that's the situation, isn't it? Because you've just spent £76 million on someone called Jadon Sancho. I don't know if any of you know who he is, but he was apparently
in this season.
No, he was apparently meant to be this amazing player who was coming in and whipping up the league. Now, I am giving him extra time because obviously, adaptation and all of that.
Adaptation? He's already played at Premier League side before?
No, he never played in the Premier League. He played the youth categories and they're never the same. Jadon Sancho, personally, for me, needs a long-term loan at Plymouth Argyle to understand English football. And do you know what? We would get a tune out of Jadon Sancho. In fact, Kenny, you put any of your players with us, apart from Ronaldo, we don't want bottlers. Then we'd happily take half your players.
7th in League One, by the way. 7th in League One. Ryan O'Carry joke.
Kenny, you literally got demolished by Watford, who sat their manager. So shush.
I don't care. You're 7th in League One.
Yeah, so Prime agrees. If it's for a body in the squad, use Palestri. If it's for a starter, there's better options than Dembele. I agree. I think
why not just sign someone now? Like I'm pretty sure they probably got the money to do it if they're going to do it in the summer. Look how much even though he's a bottle job, look how many shirts Ronaldo sold. You've surely got at least 20-30 mil there to go sign some youthful talent and play him.
My left back, a two-time Europa League winner, Kenny left back, a serial loser who lost in every final he's played. And my best left back is actually Brandon Williams, who is actually clear of all United's left backs.
Mustafa,
my left back's currently playing for Steven Gerrard.
Mustafa, your best winger is a player with 2 goals and 0 assists in February on the wing, like pipe down me.
Palestri might not be that good. I think there is doubts about Palestri, but I just think a better structure and something to give you a bit more time than 6 hours and 12 minutes, or even if you're just going off yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning when all the stuff came out. I still think that bringing back Palestri, playing him back up to Sancho, and then thinking about it and actually planning your summer transfer window might be a bit of a better option, because now with Cavani going, with all the players that are going to leave in the summer, United now potentially need a DM, a right winger, and a striker.
Play Phil Jones DM. Stop him in the side. Get him back.
Well, no, but people were actually talking about Lindelof as a DM at one point. Lindelof has actually got good passing. He just hasn't.
Bissaka would make a better DM.
Well, I don't know about
Bissaka is someone who's bombed at several states.
Jesus Christ, Kenny, you can't say shit like that.
It's true though.
Plastering might not even be that good. Remember when United fans hated Dan James? Well, they could use him right now. He would. Do you know what? I'm gonna make a controversial comment here. Dan James is a starter for Ralph Ragnick.
Amad Diallo is a starter for Ralph Ragnick. I think it was.
I mean, he's just sold him.
I was just about to say he's just chucked him on loan at Rangers. So.
It was a very bad decision to let him go.
No, here's the thing: Dan James does start for Manchester United because he has better stats in the league than Sancho.
And do you know what? The reason I think he'd be a starter for Ralph Ragnick is he'll press. He'll track back. He's got a load of speed on him. Ralph Ragnick's probably going up to Glazers going, "Why did you sell Dan James? He's the perfect player for us." Like, genuinely. And it's that Mustafa says, "Kenny, don't make me body you. Please body him." Also, honest Pop McWanker fan.
What an amazing account.
Jesus Christ.
What an amazing account. Get a job.
McTominay's gained a bit of weight. Any latest transfer news? Well, it's gone a bit quiet, and that we're gonna see this throughout deadline day, isn't it? It's gonna get a little bit slower, and then it will literally between about 9 and 11. I think it will go mad busy. But
Tagliafico is not going to Barcelona.
Oh, I know they just signed Adama Traore, haven't they? So
yeah. Well, what Newcastle? They're making moves, aren't they? Still.
There's some Usman Dembele news from Sky. Chelsea are now at the front of the race to sign him.
Chelsea I think Chelsea's probably the better option because you can see what they can do with him. They'll pay his wages. He'll just sit there.
No, but that would be perfect if you can start him against Argyle. I'm pretty sure Conor Grant puts him on toast.
There you are.
Yeah, that could work actually. I'm really excited for this.
I think Dembele would start for Chelsea. Who do they have on the right?
I think Dembele would start for Argyle. Maybe as a bench.
Maybe Argyle should sign him. Get him on 50 grand a week. Get him on 50 grand a week.
Fucking hell, 50 grand a week bankrupts us. More like he could have 2.5K.
No, you can have a round at the local pub and a Mars bar every week.
Make it a pasty. We run out of Mars bars.
Phil Jones to Bordeaux officially definitely collapsed. Definitely not happening.
So Dan James, hell no matter better than him for fuck's sake. Lies. Did I just hear we have front runners for Dembele? Yeah, it would appear that Sky are quoted to be saying that Chelsea are front runners for Dembele. A move to Newcastle is looking more likely than the move to West Ham for Jesse Lingard. Newcastle are favourites to get him. Do you reckon it's going to be a sort of? Do you reckon United have driven down the survival clause? I think they named it. Do you reckon that? Do you reckon they've reduced that a bit more? Because It was quoted at 12 mil, now 9 mil. I think it's going down a bit.
It won't matter anyway because Newcastle going down. So
Newcastle are not, but the business they're making, they have better chance of staying up than the likes of Watford and Leeds.
The only reason I'm still unsure about Newcastle, I am unsure. The only reason, Eddie Howe in a relegation fight, and B, how quickly can he get these players gelled in? That's going to be the only two questions. If he can answer both of them questions, as in he's tactically astute to get Newcastle out of this issue, and those players gel in really quickly, I think you're absolutely right. I think Newcastle are in with a shout. If he can't, I think they're down. That's my only thought on it.
I think the signings he's making are great though. Like that too. The signing Dan Burn from Brighton. He's not top quality, but he's Premier League proven, top 10 material, 15 mil for an English centre back like that. A steal. Too fair.
Yeah.
Look at what Leicester did to Maguire, to United with Maguire. Dan Burn is probably the similar level as Maguire.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I just think it's how quickly can they get these players gelled into the team. I think that's the only question they've got. Dembele is better than what we have on ability, but he's not consistently fit. So you're right. He is better than what you've got. I don't think Chelsea have got really an out-and-out winger, really.
No, whoa. They've got the best youngsters come out of England. Callum Hudson-Odoi.
I mean, I thought
Jerry is the youngster of all time.
Callum Hudson-Odoi does not even get into the Argyle team, so you know, less of that. I take. I'll put Luke Jeff.
Do you reckon he gets into Doncaster Rovers?
They also have the LeBron James of football. Don't forget that they do have Christian Pulisic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he also doesn't make it.
Same Christian Pulisic who bottled it to Canada yesterday, by the way.
I mean, to be fair, for me, I would say I would put Luke Jeffcott on the wing over Callum Hudson-Odoi, and Luke Jeffcott is not the quickest player in world football. He's probably not even the quickest.
I would rather put McTominay on the wing than Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Why don't United just sign what's his face, the one from Millwall, Jed Wallace? Get Jed Wallace, Jed Wallace in for $5 million at Man United. He's been linked to the Prem numerous times.
I tweeted United to sign Matty Longstaff. That's who I directly tweeted him saying get in Matty Longstaff.
Would Matty Longstaff get a hero's welcome at Manchester United after the numerous times he's absolutely turned them around, bent them over the desk and shoved his fist where they shouldn't have sign?
No, but it would be absolutely hilarious for me to be announcing Matty Longstaff has just joined Manchester United on a.
You could sign both of them on a $10 million deal. Sign both the Longstaff brothers on a $10 million deal. Play them in a pivot together.
Actually, what I suggested to United was 50 million for Matty Longstaff and an additional 50 million for Shaw Longstaff, as we know the Glazers don't really like small transfers. They like big transfers. So 50 mil each for Longstaff brothers, that could work quite well.
Helps Newcastle with their financial fair play problems too. They can go off and spend 100 mil, 3-0.
Yeah, why not? It could work.
All I'm saying is both of them leave Newcastle 50 mil. Who stops Haaland coming in the summer?
Haaland stops Haaland going to United. That's what I think.
No, not to United, to Newcastle.
Oh, Haaland to Newcastle.
Haaland stops that if both the Longstaffs go for 100 mil.
Well, I think it may be Haaland because I think Haaland's too scared to come to the Prem. I think he wants to go stab had in La Liga with Real Madrid.
Not even the Liga. He's probably going to end up at PSG once Mbappe leaves.
I've heard Real Madrid want both of them, so
I've heard their PSG's replacement. They're looking at Richarlison.
Oh god!
Because of his Neymar links and stuff. Neymar apparently wants Richarlison to replace Mbappe.
Could be a good one now, I guess. No disrespect on Joe, guys. I apologise. I'm still so upset Leicester robbed us for this 80 million pound fridge. I
mean, just all you gotta do is send him to Inter Milan, and you have the Curry's PC World. You have the fridge and the fridge.
I want Longstaff now. After that Mustafa coming, I want him now.
If Longstaff joins, I'm deactivating my account.
Do it.
Kenny, could you
put the contract in front of him? Let him put whatever numbers he wants. Let him decide the transfer fee and sign Matty Longstaff.
I think United. there's a good chance if United fans continue supporting their club, they're going to be supporting a Sky Bet Championship club in the near future.
To be fair, all I'm saying is Matty Longstaff is better than any midfielders that United are currently playing right now.
No. We got Scott McTominay.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You've got the second coming of fucking Patrick Vieira. I'm sorry, forgot about that.
He's been absolutely. You've
got the Scottish Patrick Vieira.
He's been pivotal in everything they do. But
McTominay's a score every now and then, and absolutely shit merchant.
Manager, just to steady the ship a bit, we should get Sean Dyche.
Right. There's more on the Dele Alli deal. So there's more coming out from this. It says Everton and Tottenham are now signing contracts for Dele Alli's deal. Here we go. Confirmed details. Free transfer, 12 million euros, 10 million pounds after 20 games and bonuses for next year. It could reach 35 to 40 million euros, but of course depends on Dele and team performances. It does seem like a good move, and obviously Tanguy Ndombele has joined Lyon, so Tottenham really doing quite a bit of movement here. Kenny, have you seen any other news, or has anyone seen any other news? Because it seems to be going like a slow day here.
I'll check now.
Also, Chris Wheeler is pretty shit for United news or any news really, so I'll remove him.
I mean, he is. But
so is Laurie Whitwell. I mean, all of these people, they're all pretty shit at their jobs, really.
But for United, the latest news on both of our incomings that we're apparently reported to be entering the bidding war for Bissaka, but that was a few hours ago. So it's not really latest, is it?
Oh, we've had more updates on Dele Alli. Apparently, it's a free transfer, 12 million euros after 20 games, and bonuses for next year's. So apparently, the whole transfer could reach 35 to 40 million. But that, of course, depends on Dele's team performances.
Yeah.
40 million. I'll tell you
Could be an interesting one for sure.
But once again, it doesn't really matter because it's over next year's. It's not like we're spending 40 million in one big go.
No, I totally agree there. Just trying to see if there's nothing really going on apart from James Pearce saying Bournemouth boost their promotion push. Amazed the Premier League club didn't snap up Phillips, which I've already said. I
think what happened is that later on, United will be in that play, it'll accelerate and it'll break down last minute. But in the last few hours.
No, I do think you're right. I think it is going to be a bit of a slow day until sort of towards the end of the window. I think that's when the end of the window will really sort of get going a bit, because I do think it will quieten down for a little period.
Because desperation really for a lot of clubs in last hour. Just get
well, it's a game of chess, isn't it? It's sort of like who's going to move first. Like, DC, we're not talking about that case. It's an active case. We're not doing that. It's the same. I'll put the same rules on the Greenwood case that I have put on the Mendy case and the obviously the Everton player. That is basically they're all active cases. Don't be stupid and talk about them, because you can get yourself into trouble if the deals, or if the situation progresses into court and it's a contempt of court or whatever. So don't be stupid enough to talk about. Of course, the situation is it's a disgusting situation, and all our thoughts should be with Harriet, who is going to need a lot of support, and hopefully she gets all of that support. So we must be very sensible on this, because it is a live case, and that is the way it needs to be, I'm afraid. But desperation sets in, and even Kenny could get a transfer move. But I mean, desperation does absolutely.
Why do you think I'm repping Sean Dyche currently? Burnley, here we go. Kenny to Burnley.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'll stay it up. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, that's the bit on there. Is I'm not having to go at you, DCB. It's just we can't really talk about that. It's the same rules that we've had with other cases because I don't know about you, but I can't pay a £5,000 fine. So I just avoid that and let the people do their jobs. And of course, if found guilty, chuck the book at him. Up the Sevilla, we're winning our 5th Europa League in 10 years. But yeah, Newcastle. There's a bit more on Newcastle. Newcastle have offered a £3 million loan fee along with £4 million survival bonus for Jesse Lingard, and now waiting United's response. Kenny, do you think that will be the one that gets them? Do you think they'll get? Do you think that will be accepted? Because ultimately, I think you should be lucky if you even get £1 for him because he's gone in the summer for free.
Well, yeah, I can see what you're saying, but we got Glazers, and they don't take that into account. They're stupid. Honestly, I can't really see that particular bid being accepted. I think we will accept a bid, but I think it'll have to be more than that. I think probably more survival.
More.
Yeah, I mean, it's not me. It's the Glazers. They are stupid. So they will want.
They're about as stupid as their fans. Like, that's the issue. Like, you lot were telling me you were winning the quadruple this season.
I never said that, did I? I never said that. I never said quadruple. I said I thought we would. I went as far as to say I thought we could be in a title race this season as long as all the signings are good.
How is the title race going for you?
I said we could be in one as long as all the signings are good. Now currently, I've been proven wrong. But to be fair, with that squad we had at the beginning of the season, you can't tell me that we shouldn't have been in the title race.
Actually, you can, because I pointed out the issue that has been your issue for quite a few years now, which is you don't have a DM.
Well, yes, I know that issue, and with the issue, you know what? I can play DM. So if you just can't United,
Kenny's just trying to get a deal for himself now. Burnley are a quality low block. Kenny could never. I've got to chat to Donnie and Argyle. That's your level.
Yeah, I'll chat to Argyle, mate. I'll come to Argyle. Thank you, Prime. I'll come to Argyle.
You will not be. You will not be talking
so Kenny just saved Argyle again. Gets the win in the last minute.
I mean, that's definitely not.
Gets Argyle playoffs in the last minute against MK Ons.
No. Kenny, you said McFred are better than Xavi and Iniesta. You basically did say United will win the quadruple. He did. But
it's true.
Yeah,
McFred are better than Xavi and Iniesta, to be honest with you. That is true. Prime, tell me that's not true.
It's not true. Kenny, instead of acting like an absolute tit, and making yourself look like one as well, maybe just accept your club is no better than Everton now.
Everton with our signings are probably better than United at this point.
No,
yeah, I'll probably go with that.
We're going in the right direction with what we're trying to do. You guys are going in the complete
you're going in the right direction, but you're not currently better than us, are you?
I mean, you say that, but Lampard literally hasn't managed a game yet, so we can't start.
But yeah, you're saying currently Everton
we're going in the right direction.
Currently, you're going in the right direction. Currently.
What direction is Ralph Ragnick taking you in, might I add?
He's taking them further down the table. That's the direction they're going.
Hey, are you telling me that a 4-4-2 doesn't work?
we don't play 4-4. I don't get what I don't get what this is. What this thing is that you put you on a 4-4-2. We don't play 4-4-2.
They play a 4-2-3-1. They literally play ollie ball with Ragnick's sprinkle of salt on top of it. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're playing the exact same formation. They've been playing for 3 years.
They don't even do that now. They're trying to play Scott McTominay as a DM, and it's going absolutely dreadful.
I can guarantee to you right now with Manchester United,
and he's been one of our best players last month.
Played DM
because McTominay's been the best player the last month because there's no player better than him.
What?
No one else has played well in your team. That's why.
Yeah.
McTominay's not a good football player.
No, that's not. Hayes played well. Langer's played well.
Because no one else has played better. The people who should be playing better haven't been playing well. since Ragnick came in. There's a
It's
Ragnick
like-
they don't like Ragnick.
It's
The
under
players
Wally,
that came out.
It's under Wally they weren't performing either. To what they expected.
Are you forgetting half your players didn't want Ragnick at one point, and Ronaldo literally had to come out and say, "Trust him." Are you forgetting that?
Yeah, I think you might be.
But yes, but
You probably had a better chance on top four with Ollie than you do with Ragnick currently.
I will say, I must have forgot when players got to decide who was the manager. I long live the days where the players were told, "This is your boss. You listen to him." You certainly wouldn't have had our goal players going, "Not too keen on Steven Schumacher." You know, it would have been like, "Fucking work for them all."
Steven Schumacher is a bit shit, to be fair, so I wouldn't be shocked.
Coming from a Man U fan that has literally hired Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Mark Ragnick, and both done shit. Yeah, but Kenny, you keep talking about League One. Kenny, you keep talking about League One, but we've got the same amount of trophies as you in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I don't care.
Exactly. United fans' reputations have just gone lower and lower. No, lower and lower because they no longer care. They no longer care about trophies, guys. United fans don't care about. No. United fans don't care.
You are taking that out.
Kenny said it here. United fans don't care about trophies. They just care being better than a League One club. So your standards, when I didn't think they could get any lower, I live in a 2-story house. If I was to dig through this floor and get into my housemate's one, and then dig about 900 miles down, I might just find the standards of United, but it is very low down. Near the equator, to be fair, but
Everton fans have high expectations in their club than Manchester United.
What I said out of context.
I've said we've won the same amount of trophies as you, and you turned around and said I don't care. So there you go.
Ronaldo has signed for Atletico Madrid.
Is he actually?
No, Ronaldo, the left back from Lost Lille.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
You say that like they didn't just win the league. You say it like they didn't just beat PSG to a league and title. Lille have won a title more recently than Manchester United, so I don't want to hear you go, "Wow, congratulations." Ronaldo is probably better than any left back at Manchester United Football Club.
So, and on that note, so have Atletico Madrid because they won La Liga last season, didn't they? Also, thank you, Tyler, for saying that. Love it. We gave up on trophies years ago.
Yeah.
You going Chelsea away, managed to get tickets here? No, I did not manage to get tickets. They didn't even reach general sale, mate. But I might do a watch on. You never know. When Schumacher embarrasses these PE teacher, Tuchel ban and their shit football.
Who's Schumacher?
Our
manager. The manager. Okay. And in the game we play you guys in, will you guys be playing like a full strength team? Yes. Yeah, I'm assuming.
I don't know. We haven't got.
I mean, probably FA Cup. They need to.
You're right. We're gonna rotate everyone, mate. We're gonna.
I'm asking. All right, you can make a joke if you want. I'm asking because I just want to know which players I should look out for. Because you talk a lot about Argyle players, I just want to know which ones.
Jordan Garrick, Niall Ennis, definitely if those are playing. If you give any opportunities in that 6-yard box and Luke Jeffcott's on the pitch, you're fucked. Especially of Kepa. Joe Edwards will put in a fight, very experienced. Dan Scarr will most likely headbutt Lukaku. There is a strong possibility that could happen. Or someone will be basically someone will break through our midfield and Dan Scarr will literally just take them out. He won't go for the ball. He'll just take the player out and get.
You mean? So what Niall's saying is how many times does he do that? Because if he does that a lot, won't he get sent off?
He's never got a red card at Argyle yet, so he'll do it once, and if he's on a booking, James Wilson will then go and take the next one out. They'll do it until everyone's got a booking and Schumacher takes off.
Basically, what he's saying is expect one of your players to get injured.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but do expect that it's going to be quite a physical game and it's going to get quite brutal for Lukaku. And I'm excited for Werner. I think he'll have 50 shots and it'll bury all of them into the stands. So that'll be quite nice.
Interesting. I am looking forward to the game. It should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be a good game.
Also,
It's a win-win for me, really, because if we lose, it's like playing League One. What were you expecting? If we win, I'll be like, yeah, your club is shit.
I'm expecting a better fight because you talk about how great your players are, and
So
it'll be a good game.
I also am expecting fight because they've literally given up on League One by the looks of it, and they're all in Chelsea mindset. So I expect a bit of fight from them as well.
Well, Arsenal have fallen from top to 7th, by the way, Prime, with Schumacher. So
they've what?
United should sign that.
They're 7th now. They've fallen to 7th.
Oh, I thought they were in a title race, winning the league.
Isn't it
kind of mad though that Everton Football Club now have a better attack and midfield than Manchester United?
I know. Is it mad that is it mad that Argyle only play with 2 attackers and even we've got a better attack than Manchester United?
Do you have a better attack than Man United?
Yeah, we do, because we actually have a full strength attack, whereas Manchester United don't have a winger who has more than 1 goal this season.
Who's your attack?
Damari Gray, DCL, and Richarlison. I'd safely take that over Manchester United attack right now.
I'd
slap Alex Iwobi in there, and I'd probably still take that on the right.
You mean starting?
Yes, we have a better starting.
You're starting forward now.
I mean, even then, United don't have rotation anymore, so it has to be.
I was just about to say they've sort of lost all of their attacking rotation within a matter of about.
And then midfield, the only midfielder that at Manchester United currently that gets into the Everton team is Bruno Fernandes.
Paul Pogba's got McTominay on game.
Paul Pogba's injured. How does he get in?
Van Der Beek, a player you just got on loan, he gets into your team.
Yeah, but he's
because he's an Everton player now. He's an Everton player. He's not contracted at Manchester United.
He's not a United player, mate. He's
contracted at Everton. We're paying his contract.
He is technically a United player. He's just on loan at Everton, and he gets into your team.
But who's paying his contract?
Yeah.
Well, both.
Everton are paying his whole contract, mate.
Yeah.
Did you not know that? It just shows how much you know about your football club. It's Everton's paying the whole of his contract and are paying a fee to loan him in.
Yeah.
Allen is better than McTominay. I don't want to hear you disagree with that.
McTominay is astronomically.
Yes, the Scottish Vieira. I'm sorry.
Allen's better than McTominay.
Yeah, I think we.
By a landslide. By a landslide.
If Gillespie is starting, then brilliant. Well, he's better than Money Critchlow, isn't he? 12:30 early kickoff. It's not an achievement to have a better attack or midfield than us. We employ.
I mean, it is an achievement when we're 16th in the league.
Could do with Plymouth staying in the cup to give us a chance of overtaking them in the league. If we do, I want United at Old Trafford because I'm not kidding. Our midfield will run. They'll run them as shreds. They'll run rings around those.
What if you face Man United and you get beat by them?
I'd be fucking fuming. I would be personally writing letters to Steven Schumacher. I want explanations, but I mean that won't happen, Kenny. Have you seen your team? Your team will probably be arguing. No, we don't want this music. We want fucking Peppa Pig's music or fucking.
Also, Chelsea's midfield will probably be like Saul and Ruben. So
should be.
If you don't beat that.
It should be a good game. I am excited for it.
There we go.
If we do get through, I would love to face United at Old Trafford because it would be amazing.
We've got more Aubameyang news. Arsenal have made it clear to Aubameyang they will not or collaborate or pay part of his salary for Barca. So now it's just down to Barca and Aubameyang to find a solution, or it's completely collapsed.
Might be an interesting one. But yeah, can they? He's on 350k a week. Can they even afford that?
No, he's gonna have to take a 250k pay.
Wow, yeah, that. I think he's off to the Middle East. Argyle are gonna source all over Chelsea. No, you have to do a watch on. I may do. The only reason I don't want Ryan Hardy to play against Chelsea is because he is weak as piss. I don't. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going off topic slightly, but it is deadline day, so we might as well talk about all sorts of things. I don't. Ryan Hardy doesn't make my strongest team at the moment. I mean, he started the season. He was first name on the team sheet, but I think our strongest top two. It's tough, really. I think we've got three that I think we should play, and I think Luke Jeffcott gets in for me. It's about who you're playing with. I think you can play him with either Niall Ennis or Jordan Garrick. I think both of them would do a really good job with Luke. So it really is. It's one of them. It's one of them. Ryan Hardy don't get in up top for me. Alan Wellclear of McBum for sure.
Shut up, Mustafa.
When Plymouth are on song, they can't hurt anyone. They can hurt anyone. Yeah, I agree. Should be sold to get more money in the bank. I wouldn't sell him.
Anyone?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't sell Hardy because Garrick is only on loan. Look, if you were telling me we'll get Jordan Garrick on a permanent, if we were to sell Ryan Hardy, I would probably accept that because whilst Ryan has shown us in bits, he's very inconsistent. I have found that with Ryan. I just think, I like Jordan Garrick, so it's really who they play along with him. Yes, Prime, you had your hand up.
That comment said anyone.
Yes.
Anyone.
Pep Guardiola, if he faced Argyle when we're on song, he's fucked, mate.
But what about if Pep Guardiola's on song?
I still don't rate it because, I think Argyle, when we're on song, we're very good defensively. We don't let goals in and we hit on the counter-attack. Man City would actually arguably be the perfect team for us to play.
But you don't think Man City can break down an Argyle low block?
No, not really.
Okay.
You clearly haven't watched Dan Scarring in games. I mean,
that's why I'm asking.
Dan Scar is essentially a little bit like Rudiger. Okay. Absolute shithouse at best.
Champions League Rudiger, who's pocketed Benzema and Suarez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dan Scar would also pocket Benzema and Suarez. He would also do a good job on Lewandowski. Penny, cry my idol, McTalent. That's why McWanker, McShit, McMuffin is finished. They battled us twice this season. Yeah, we did. Prime, that's a nice hoodie. Is that a JD number? I don't know. He's probably got it from his Nike deal.
It's Nike.
Prime's got a huge deal with Nike. They give him all sorts, including football boots. On our day, we are fucking class, though. That is true. Sonny Bradley or Dan Scott? Don't make me. No, I refuse. I refuse to answer that question. That is like
have a gun to your
Well, okay, I would go Sonny Bradley just because Sonny Bradley actually got us promoted. If Dan Scar does the same, then I refuse to answer. But so far, Sonny Bradley is. Sonny Bradley is fucking beauty. Lads, I bought a Sevilla shirt up the Seville. Dele Alli is cup tied though for Everton. So you have got that. Let's talk Arsenal actually, because there was a lot of talk about them actually this season, wasn't there? Greatest ever Arsenal team. Some of their fans probably said they're going to piss up the league. Man City, who the usual crap that Arsenal fans talk about at the start of the season, and they've signed nobody of note in January when they were apparently going to be signing Vlahovic. Now they're looking at Isak, who's got a £75 million release clause, who Arsenal were like, actually, I think Eddie Nketiah might be better than Isak. So, Joe, you start us off on Arsenal. I mean, they've been something else, haven't they? In this window, can they survive? Getting top four, Arsenal can they survive getting top four without a striker, or other than Lacazette and Nketiah?
No, Arsenal will get top four if they don't have a striker. They needed Vlahovic. They choked that signing well and truly. They should have went for someone else, possibly. Maybe try to get Jonathan David in. Who knows? They could still sign Isaac from Sociedad. That looks like it's still a possibility.
£75 million release clause, though.
It's a lot, but he's a young, talented striker. They need one. If they've got the money, they might as well spend it. There's no point in holding off just because he's got this amount on a release clause. They know they can spend the money, spend it, get the young, talented striker who bags goals, and see where it goes.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Kenny, what about you? What do you make of Arsenal and their January transfer window?
Yeah, I think Arsenal had an awful window. I think really Arsenal are finished for getting top four currently, especially since that Jovic has done. They're not really that top four really. They're only now 2 points off eighth, which is a bit mad to be fair. They're back to where they belong. But yeah, they're definitely not really that top four, especially with the window they've had. Not getting a striker is poor from Arsenal. So yeah, that's my opinion. I don't think we'll get anywhere near top four.
Yeah. No, I hear that. What about you, Prime? What do you make of Arsenal in top four?
I think people are too focused on the fact that they didn't sign anyone. Like, in reality, not necessarily making a signing in January, maybe not necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's the fact of they've let a lot of players go. And particularly when, the whole COVID case with Liverpool and stuff getting called off. And then they let Maitland-Niles go out on loan. They've let Pablo Mari go out on loan. Balogun's gone as well. Like, their players, their squad depth is quite depleted. Like, they've got Pepe. I think Pepe might be going out on loan as well. Aubameyang, who knows, he's probably gone. Like, the squad depth is quite low. And especially when, with the whole COVID stuff going on, and even just injuries in general, they're one or two away from having to rely on some youth players. And it's quite, like, shockingly bad when apparently they hype up Arteta to be this meticulous guy who plans everything. And you've now got this money because you've let so many players go out on loan, so you're not paying their wages or you sold them. You've got all this money, and there's supposed to be a big signing being made. You haven't brought in a midfielder. You haven't bought a striker up until now anyway. It's like, what's really going on? And if it's a thing where, say, you can't get your first choice target, so you're not going to settle on a Jovic or Morata or whatever, then I guess fair enough. And that means going into the summer, you don't actually have to spend that money because it's there, and you let go of all your bodies in the squad that you could have used. Because you could say Maitland-Niles is not that good, but he's a body in the squad that you could use. And yes, you're not playing in Europe, but we saw in the first half of the season, you didn't have Europe to contend with. Apparently, having one game a week would have made it easier for you guys to get top four, and you're now 7th or 6th, whichever it is. Is there a guarantee you will make top four? Because Spurs are playing quite well, and they've got a world-class manager. United, whether or not you rate, I guess, Ragnick doesn't necessarily matter. They've got a quality squad, or they've got a quality at least 11 or 8 or 13, 14, and all they need is to click into gear to get top four, because United are 4th anyways. And West Ham, people keep disrespecting. They're still in this hunt for top four. So I just sit there and think, who knows?
I think West Ham have the best chance of top four, to be honest. They probably got the best squad out of all 3 of the teams.
Yeah. And again, that's my point. They had this chance to cement their top 4 spot when everyone else was doing bad the first half of the season, and you're still 7th. So this great one you guys were going on, and there's a change in everything, and Arsenal fans were saying, Edu or what's his name, Kroenke, they're backing and stuff like that, and everything's changed, and you're still 7th. If you finish 8th again, or you finish 7th or whatever, Arteta has to go, because he's been rumored to sign a new contract. You're going to make the same mistake, and especially this squad is supposed to be talented and good. You're going to make the same mistake United made with Ollie when he stayed a year too long. The same mistake Spurs made with Poch when he stayed a year or two too long with this quality young squad that you could potentially step forward and do something with. And Arteta's just not the guy. I've always said he's not the guy to do. And it's easy signing a few young players and they look good, but they now have to be structured to do something, because look at Liverpool. I know they've signed the Carvalho guy and Diaz, but
Have they signed Carvalho? Has that been confirmed?
Well, it probably will
I
be
think
soon.
it fell
I don't
through.
know, but you look at Saka and Martinelli. Klopp really raced them. There's no Liverpool could sign one of them for 40 mil.
Oh yeah, if it keeps going this way,
City could
Saka's gone
sign
in 2
one.
years.
City could sign one. Chelsea could. Even United, they like to spend money. They could go abroad to PSG or something. Like, you have these young players that are good. If they really are this good, they're not going to stick around for in 2 years' time when you guys aren't doing anything of note. But whatever. Whenever I speak on the truth about your club, I'm hating, so it doesn't really matter. Do what you want to do.
Yeah, no,
I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any improvement really in Arsenal, both in league and performances. And I think Arsenal should stop standing in the way of Saka and Martinelli and let them leave for free. And any club that they go to, they'll be better off. But Kenny, what do you make of Arsenal? Their transfer window so far has been nil pois. It's actually on par with your transfer window. So is it two clubs taken for granted that they'll get top four?
I think with Arsenal, it's been a large issue for a long time now. Not really spending in the right areas, selling in the wrong areas. I think with United as well. United, we never spend in January. Apart from Bruno, since Fergie left, we've not really. Since Moyes left, I guess we've not really had a big January transfer window because we don't really sign anyone in January.
What, since Fergie's left?
I think since Moyes left.
You signed Juan Mata in January.
That was when Moyes was here. Since Moyes
was
left.
it? Are you sure?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And since then, we've had.
Carry on.
I think with Arsenal, they're really taking for granted that they are in the top four race. But there's been a large problem with Arsenal, as I said, for a long time. They're not really spending in January. And Arsenal have really messed up this window. They've literally gone from being. I keep hearing from Arsenal fans they're like top four guaranteed, top four contenders. Oh yeah, but they're 2 points off eighth again. They're gonna finish eighth again. That is awful. Arteta is just getting so overrated now. It's unbelievable. And this window just, I think, cements Arsenal in that position where they're really going to be fighting for getting Europa Conference League with Wolves and Brighton. Like, that really cements them in that position. I really just don't rate Arsenal. I think
big up Chris as well. That Gilga's joined Valencia on loan from Spurs. Yep, that is on the ticker down below. Any of the deals that are currently being done are on the ticker below, so you can see them flying past you. Arsenal can't rely on Nketiah to bang for them, otherwise they are in trouble. They are in trouble anyway, I think. United have told intermediaries, or whatever, however you pronounce that bloody word, that they are unwilling
intermediaries.
That's the one. Intermediaries. That they are unwilling to let Jesse Lingard join West Ham. Does that come as a surprise to anyone? Because I've always said that, of course, they were never going to let him go to West Ham because they're not going to strengthen a top four rival this season.
No surprise.
No.
None whatsoever. West Ham probably have a better chance of getting top four than them, so why would they strengthen them even more, especially with how good he was for them? Whereas if they send him to Newcastle, they don't have to worry about him for at least 3 seasons, and by then he's probably not going to be as good as he is now.
Well, I think they've actually, if they're smart, they'll send all the players they don't need on loan to Premier League clubs near the bottom, because you put Donnie into Everton, and Everton play against the West Ham or a Spurs or an Arsenal, where Everton have a better chance of picking up the points, taking points off your rivals, but he's eligible to play against United. So it could just be a smart piece of movement where they actually go, we'll put them on loan to lower league Premier League clubs and hope that they can do a bit of a job against some of the better teams who are currently bigger than them. Like West Ham are a bigger club than United. Honest, Pop McWanker fan says we need Lingard to stay. And Kenny is Glazers in, so I mean, there's not much more to be said on that. Just bodying Kenny all day. It's actually amazing. Oh, I thought it said Phillips to extra. I was like, what are you talking about? Which Phillips? But yeah, United to stay. United need better than Lingard. Well, is there really? The question is, are there really anyone better than Lingard? I mean, I don't know. January, you should only ever buy in January if you want them in the summer and you can get them in January, or they're going to vastly improve your team. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense for me. I'm a confused lad here. I'm not sure why Matt Targett is currently. Is Matt Targett on his way to Newcastle?
Apparently so, yeah. Matt Targett to Newcastle. That's just purely money based. Well, I don't get why Matt Targett would leave Aston Villa right now. Actually, no, they've sent Digne, haven't they?
Yeah, so he's lost his spot. It could be. Do you know what? It's similar to the situation with Trippier, isn't it? If he believes in the project and they can stay up, then Newcastle is probably one of the better places to be, I guess, because lots of money is going to go in and
realistically, even if they go down, even if they do go down this season, and the players they sign trust in the process, they'll come straight back up. There's no denying that.
100%.
If Newcastle do go down, they'll come straight back up, and then they'll be back in the Prem. They'll get that big, massive payroll of coming back into the Prem, and they'll just go absolutely wild on transfers because they'll have the money too. They won't break financial fair play because they've just got this massive wad of cash handed to them.
Yeah, no, it's
could be a good thing for Newcastle.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and I think I read that even if they don't, get lots of sort of sponsorship deals, they can still spend £300 million before the financial fair play even sets foot. So, because don't forget how Newcastle have been operated, that they haven't really bought anyone. That all takes part of financial fair play. So they have sort of got a bit of a hole burning in their back pocket, and they are definitely spending it. Matt Targett ain't he a Newcastle fan as well? I'm not sure if he is. Prime is a Newcastle fan, I hear. Yeah, Prime.
Here we
Prime
go. Apparently, Dele Alli moved to Everton from. Wait, no, actually, there. Also worth pointing out, Dele Alli is cup tied for the FA Cups. Yeah. So the maximum numbers of games he could play for Everton this season is 18. So we don't have to pay for him until next season.
Quite. It's, the more I hear about it, the more it just makes complete sense. Getting in Dele Alli, but no, it does look an interesting one, and that Brian Gill transfer, that one does surprise me because they brought in this young lad from I think they got him from Sevilla in the summer. They've loaned him back out to La Liga. Where are we all sitting with this? Because for me,
I think it's different manager.
Yeah,
different manager. That was a Nuno signing. Conte might just not like him.
Yeah, because I just think if you see him as a long-term future prospect for the club, surely it would be better off to get him on loan at a Premier League club or a Championship club so he understands the English game a bit more.
Should have sent him to our United.
I don't think they're willing to strengthen top four rivals. I think that's the issue with United and how bad they've fallen. That they are now in the conversation with West Ham, Arsenal, Spurs, and unfortunately, that is United's level.
When they should be in the talk with Chelsea, City, and Liverpool.
Well, I'd argue that a club like Manchester United should be in the chat with Luton Town and Denver in the Championship. I don't rate Manchester United. I think they're a shocking club with zero history. I mean, who is Sir Alex Ferguson? I've never heard of him. Ramsey to Rangers, didn't see that happening. Neither did I, but that's just deadline day in a nutshell, isn't it? Some of these absolutely mad ones can.
A Welsh player going to play in Scotland.
Just pick up. That was a strange one. It was a strange one. Like Ramsey, well, he wasn't getting game time at Juventus, was he? And Juventus are looking at all sorts of situations, aren't they? But also, just come out from Romano, it's over for Bergwijn to Ajax. Deal not happening as Tottenham won 25 million euros. And Conte prefers to keep the player. So Bergwijn was
Bergwijn's a good player.
Yeah, well, he was one that was linked to be on the leave, wasn't it, for Spurs? But it looks like he's actually going to stay in. It looks like Conte actually quite likes the lad. Don't know how, but it's certainly one of them. Nothing still on Liverpool and signing
Carvalho.
That's the one, Fabio Carvalho. Nothing on there. That one probably will be closer towards the end of the day, because teams get a bit more desperate. Although it might just be Fulham going, actually, we're not going to get better than that. We'll do that, because I think what they're planning on doing, Liverpool, is we'll give you 5 million and loan him back to you for the rest of the season, which you're losing him at the end of the season anyway. So actually, that just makes sense. But look, I don't know what's going on for Fulham on that one. Laporta has said we've still options open. We're working on it, and we will until the last minute. So potential movement from Barcelona. Jed Steer's just gone to Luton Town on loan.
Wow.
So there's that one. There's a few there's a lot of loans going on. There's a lot of loans. Jacob Stoll, we'll call him Jacob, from Leicester, has just joined Scottish Championship side Dunfermline on loan. A few of them. It's just a lot of loan signings really, and then you got City getting in Alvarez. I mean, that Alvarez one, that just symbolises Man City in a nutshell, signing someone that not on mad money and then turn him into a megastar.
Palace have completed the signing of Jean-Philippe Mateta on like a permanent deal.
Have they?
Yeah. 10
Are
million
you
for
talking about
contract.
Are you talking about Jakob Whaling?
Who?
No.
Huh?
Are you talking about Jakob Whaling?
No, it's Jakub Stolaskik.
Spell
I
it.
think.
Spell it.
Stolarczyk.
Stolarski.
Oh, and then Zakaria has been confirmed as a new Juventus player too.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Zaklav has left us, gutted but expected. Where's he gone to? Didn't expect that one. Do you reckon? Has he gone to Hull? That's a madness.
I think so.
Yeah,
I remember seeing something about that.
Do you reckon that's it for transfers for Argyle? We have been linked to that bold geezer. I think with Argyle, yeah, Argyle have never done deals on deadline day. I can't remember the last time that Argyle did a deal on deadline day. So I think we've probably got some. We've probably got some fingers. We probably got some fingers in some pies, and we'll see what comes out. But I'm not expecting anything from Argyle.
To Australia.
Oh. Is that on like a free deal, or have they actually got money for him?
I think it's a free transfer.
Crikey, that's a big loss for Carlisle. But no, I think, as I say, with Argyle, it's more of a wait and see. But I can't remember last time we did business on deadline day. It's never been how we operate, and yeah, it's a bit shit being an Argyle fan on deadline day. And Chris says free transfer. That's a madness. It's a madness. It is a shame. But it would appear that things are just sort of slowing down now, aren't they? That's the issue. Newcastle dropped interest in Dean Henderson. So not Dean Henderson looks like he will stay with United. And Kenny, I mean, you spoke about that earlier, didn't you? And said that could be a big problem for Ralph Rangnick, because he's got a very unhappy player on his books now, and unfortunately for him, it's a goalkeeper, and De Gea is just in net. So if you're Ralph Ragnick, what on earth do you do with Dean Henderson now? Because you promised that he'd play in the FA Cup. You've not played him in the FA Cup. You're going to have one disgruntled player. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what can Ralph Ragnick do to try and keep Dean Henderson happy? Because he's going to be fuming because he wanted to go out on loan. He's going to be fuming. He's not playing games, is he?
Yeah. First of all, it's prime in the library. Second of all, I think with Dean Henderson, yeah, he's going to be a massive problem for Ragnick, and he can't get in the team currently, can he? Really, with how De Gea is playing currently, no, he can't get in the team. And I think the way he's handled the situation is stupid. Leaking the team news, stupid. The fact is, he had to go on loan to clear his head. And the fact if Newcastle have gone out and there doesn't seem to be any other person interested, then I'm not really sure. Also, I think Prime in the library, so that's interesting as well.
Chris says we terminated his contract and I'd like to know why. Yeah, I'd be asking. Sal Henderson, Chris, do you think we'll get Carvalho in the summer? Hopefully for Carvalho, 5 million, then send him back on loan to Fulham. That makes sense. It does. But Joe, talk to me about Dean Henderson, because United have got a very, very pissed off goalkeeper who wants to play football, has been promised he'd be number one by Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He's not number one, clearly. And now they're going to have one absolutely raging player who's probably going to get a bit annoyed.
I think the best thing they can do is just sell him. They just need to get him gone. I think whether they make an offer or not, I think his best move right now could honestly be Newcastle. Newcastle have the money to sign a player like Dean Henderson, the stature of Dean Henderson, and he'd definitely be their first touch over to Dubravka. I don't think Dubravka's it anymore, and Dean Henderson would probably be a much better suit for Newcastle.
Fulham defender Steven Sessegnon is reportedly a loan target for Plymouth Argyle, with the club looking to bring him in before the window slams shut. 21-year-old has been linked to a move away from Fulham. Hull City supposedly plan move for his signature. For multiple roles, maybe. I mean, it's the first I've heard of it, but yeah, I don't even know what is he. I don't know. Where's he even play? And all I know is he's a defender.
I think he's a left back.
Is he a left back? Is he?
I think he's a left back. Yeah.
Regularly played with a back three formation, which until recently I know that.
I think he's definitely a full back. I know he plays on one of the. I don't think he's an alternate centre back.
Oh, the 21-year-old has performed at right back, wing back, and midfield during his professional career. Right, yeah. So he'll play as backup to Joe Edwards. Well, do you know what? If Argyle do get in Steven Sessegnon, I'll take that, because we haven't got the only backup we've got for Joe Edwards is Jordan Garrick, and I prefer him up front, and I don't see him too much as a wing back. So yeah, I'll take that. I'll take if back up to Joe Edwards. I'll take that. But we'll see. I'll keep an eye on that.
Mustafa, if that's real, then that's interesting. But I don't think we'll get him anyway. To be fair.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting Haaland at all.
Giovanni also has moved to Villarreal.
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah, just seen that on. I've got a tweet deck open, and Romano's just casually tweeting. Can only think Clough left because he wasn't part of Millen's plans, but it's a mad one. He just came back from 2 months out injured. Clearly didn't want to ease him back in. Or not rated by Millen. Strange. It is a bit strange. And Ramsey to Rangers, mad. Yeah, Rangers have done bloody well in the transfer window so far. Why would Haaland destroy his career at United? I think that's a very fair question, and a question I don't think that United. I mean, we might as well talk about Haaland. It does appear that things are just dropping off a little bit. But Kenny, whilst I nip to a toilet, talk to me about Erling Haaland and his chances of being at United. And then if I'm not back, Joe or Prime will probably talk about it. But yeah, talk about Haaland. I'll be back in a second.
About Erling Haaland, I think that Erling Haaland will not come to United. I think unless he really wants to move now, unless he like really hates Dortmund, I don't think he'll come to United. I don't think there's any chance whatsoever that he'll come to United. I think Haaland will be much better off staying at Dortmund. However, I think because of what he has done, I'm just going to say he. I would actually, because of that player's departure, I think Haaland would actually fit in to us right now. So in terms of the signing, I would actually want Haaland right now. Whereas before with, who was actually when he was, playing well, I thought, Haaland would have halted his development. But now, I don't know how it would fit into us definitely, and I would want Haaland a lot. But I don't think it's going to us. Personally, if anyone else wants to talk, then you can talk. By the way, if Joe, if you want to talk about it, I don't think there's any chance to come to us.
Kenny, why did you say Haaland's not better than Ronaldo though?
What?
Low.
What did I say? When did I say that, Prime? What?
Why have I done that one? So where have we got to? I just jumped back in. So
I was just saying that I want Haaland, but he's no chance to come to us. No chance.
Yeah. Fine. What do you make of it? Haaland United. I can't see it, but can you?
Could I genuinely see it happening? Yeah, probably. Do I think you need him? I don't even know. You guys have areas in other positions that need sorted out. That need sorting out. You need a DM. You need a right back. You need a left back. Maybe another centre back. I say you need a DM. You need to new midfield completely. You probably need to buy. Well, out of your forwards or your wingers, inside forwards, probably only Rashford is there long term. So you need to. So you need new inside forwards, and you need like another striker to. You need a new squad. So I think splashing that big cash on Haaland when your squad is incomplete doesn't really make sense. And plus, Haaland doesn't. Ragnick might not be there long term. It might be someone else. But high intensity pressing, Haaland doesn't necessarily do that. Like that's part of why I didn't want Haaland at Chelsea, because as much as people can say Lukaku was the wrong buy, Haaland doesn't do all of that interchange, fluidity, pressing stuff either. So I don't know. Like you guys will probably end up buying him, which fair enough. But like there are bigger problems and areas that need fixing, and Haaland's not the guy to. Not yet, but I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah. No, I hear that. What about you, Joe? Erling Haaland, Manchester United. Can you see it happening? Don't think he's there. Anyway, moving on. Arsenal. Apparently, any reports claiming that Arsenal are willing to allow Nicolas Pepe to leave on loan before the window ends are fake. So apparently, is not the case. And Dele Alli has just started his medical with Everton. Interesting onto this from David Ornstein from The Athletic. Jesse Lingard has been told by Man U he will not be allowed to leave before the transfer window shuts, despite Newcastle and West Ham pushing for a deadline day loan. The 29-year-old will stay at Man U and go into the final 6 months of his deal. I guess that will be to cover for the right wing situation at United, obviously with only Jadon Sancho and realistically Juan Mata being able to play. It would appear that looks like Jesse Lingard's been told he's staying, which is a bit of a madness. Kenny, are you happy about that? Are you happy about about Jesse Lingard being told that he's got to stay? I suppose you do need backup, and Lingard could realistically probably do a job on the right. It probably wouldn't be pretty, but it would be maybe better than Juan Mata.
I mean, I think we've been quite, forced to do it with how bad our wing depth is really currently with what's happened. I think the position are really we were forced into it. I think Lingard is he's shown to be an okay backup as well. So I'm not really angry about it. I expect it, to be honest with you. Because if you don't get a winger in the remaining hours, then it's obvious. It's really obvious how Lingard's going to stay. Because I don't know who else can, apart from Mata, Sancho, Rashford. I don't know who else really that can consistently play on the wings. Maybe Lingard, but he's really young. He's youth. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear that. What about you, Prime? What do you make of Lingard being told that he's not going?
Of course he's not leaving. Like, you guys, what? How many Ronaldo, Stefani, Rashford. No, of course he's not leaving, which is a shame because like he's not even going to get game time much anyway because he won't be a starter. But yeah, of course he's not leaving. You know, man, you guys are. I don't know, United are in a lot of trouble, and like, but buying Haaland for like 100 and whatever much it will cost, plus the transfer, the wages and all of that, wages and all of that, isn't going to make a difference. You guys will probably there's a chance you could end up keeping Pogba as well, which doesn't help. Ronaldo, how long is he there for? I don't know. It's like you sign a lot of good players in theory, but they don't fit anything.
Yeah, and I think United are in a really difficult situation. I think the events that happened over the weekend would not have helped United in terms of planning. It came so unpredictable that this happened. Obviously, it was right to happen and all of that, but it wouldn't have helped United in deadline day because where they're maybe looking at trying to get a DM or a midfielder, now they're looking at their right wing going, I haven't really got anyone other than Sancho. So now that means that Lingard isn't being allowed to go. But Joe, what do you make of that Lingard's being told, look, we have to keep you because and look, the Mason situation is obviously it's a situation for United. They've lost a player, yes, out of all control of their own. It was necessary for that to happen, but it has caused a lot of problems at United where maybe we're going into deadline day thinking United are getting a DM, and now we're looking at deadline day going, God, it looks like they're having to keep Lingard just for a bit of backup on their right wing because they've let Ahmad and Martial leave.
Yeah, I just think the timing of it all for Manchester United's not the best. Having let Martial and Ahmad go not even less than a week, I think it is.
Yeah.
And obviously this has come up. It just makes the most sense for them to keep Lingard at the club, as much as it's probably not the best move for his career or best move for them. It just has to be done. It's the best option they've probably got right now.
And I think realistically, Lingard should know that and should accept that and be like, look, I know Lingard probably. I know this has been going on for quite a bit with Lingard and the whole, he's not been too happy, but even he will probably sit there and go, look, I know the club's just found out that one of their starting 11 players on the right wing can't play for them, and they need to keep me, and hopefully he'll get a bit of game time. And I think ultimately, if he can get a bit of game time there, it could help him. But yeah, Lewis says, are you splitting this into 2 via different streams, or are you going straight through to 11? And we're gonna take a break at 6:30, back at 7 till the end, just because I need a break, and I'm sure others also probably would like a break. It's just basically to get some food down here. But yeah, that is the plan. Deli Ali is doing his medical, which is true. What time you stream until? Yeah, well, 6:30, and then back at 7. Do FSG need to do more at Liverpool? I think whilst they've got Jurgen, I think they can continue doing what they're doing.
They seem to be time Salah.
Yeah, I think chuck everything at Salah and sorted. I think that's probably the situation, isn't it? I think the FSG project it does work for them. It works for a club like Liverpool, and they're lucky because they've got some really good youth players coming through, like Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott. These players that I can see Curtis Jones having a long, successful career at Liverpool, and I can see Harvey Elliott having the same. They've got Cade Gordon, they've got Morton that's come through as well. Neco can't get any game time because Trent is one of the best right backs in the world. So no, I think the FSG model works quite well for Liverpool, doesn't it? Wolf is back again. Sue Prime, where are you? Cool hoodie. But Wolf is back, which we do love to see. But yeah, Lingard looks like he's staying behind any late drama, which I can't see in any way United, unless they get a replacement for that right wing. I cannot see anyone or getting Lingard. I cannot see United going, yeah, well, we've got Sancho, we've got Juan Mata, feel free to go on loan. I think they're probably somewhat wishing they hadn't sent Ahmad out on loan, and it is mad. Is it Woodward's last day today? It is. On deadline day, United's biggest problem is on his final day. So who is actually, I suppose the question you've got to ask is, who is actually running the deadline day situation for United? Is
Ragnick.
it Edward?
Probably Ragnick.
Well, you say that. If it was Ragnick, I'm pretty sure he would have had 2 central midfielders and a right winger in by now. I mean,
yeah, but he's also going to get that proved by the board.
Well, that's what I mean. So who actually ultimately is running deadline day? Is it Ralph Ragnick? Is it John Myrtle? Is it Ed Woodward? I mean, who's actually running the madness at Old Trafford? Because if it's Ralph Ragnick, I think he would have got a central midfielder in by now. If it's Ed Woodward, all of this makes complete sense.
If it was Ralph Ragnick, do you think he would have loaned out Martial and Ahmad?
That's not deadline day.
Well,
no, I mean in terms of the transfer window in general.
No, I do, because at the point of time, on the left wing they had Rashford and Ilanga. I think he was very happy with those two, and on the right hand side they had Sancho and Greenwood. But obviously a situation over the weekend, they've lost Greenwood and now they've only got Sancho and Mata for the right wing.
But again, Rashford has been a poor all season, as has Sancho. Like, it doesn't make sense to get rid of just everyone, like the rest of your depth.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
Because to me, it doesn't make the stuff happening with Greenwood. That's not the reason United's forward line is now depleted. You know what I mean?
Yes and no. I think it definitely impacts it in a way.
They had the rotation, now they don't because of it.
Yeah.
Like, even with letting people go, they still had the rotation. Somewhat.
Yeah. No, yeah, because you could rotate between Greenwood and Sancho, and now they can't, and now it's Sancho and and
If
Juan Mata.
if you can still do that now, if Ragnick was like,
But who with?
play
What,
with wing backs and just play two
but-
forwards until the end of
no.
the season.
Yeah, but
That's
this is what I
it.
mean. He's finally set on a formation. I think he's finally worked out a formation to use for United, which was a 4-3-3. I think, you know, in their recent games, the 4-3-3 is what they've been doing, and it's been somewhat successful. They did well against West Ham with a 4-3-3. They obviously, you know, it was the other team he played with 4-3-3. Brentford. He did very well against Brentford. So he's finally set on the 4-3-3, played it against Villa as well. So I do think it's caused a huge headache at Old Trafford, but, you know, sometimes that happens. Love it. Matt Targett has signed a new deal, as you'll see if you pay attention to the ticker, although there's lots on it, so it does take a while to get there. But Matt Targett has joined Newcastle. Joe, talking of the team near there, obviously Everton 16th, I think, and Newcastle 18th, I think, or 19th. But Matt Targett down to Newcastle. I mean, it's a big jump for Newcastle getting in Matt Targett, who, you know, when he played for Villa, I thought Matt Targett was a very good player. So, you know, they've improved and got dignity, but yeah, not a bad one.
No, it's not. I think Matt Targett's one of the top-ish left backs in the league. He's definitely top 10, that's for sure. So Newcastle signing someone of that quality, especially from another Premier League side, it's kind of like showing where they want to go with the club.
Yeah.
So
no, I hear that. I think it's on loan. It's on loan till the end of the season. So
options
again,
buy?
Nothing that Romano's tweeted. He just put Newcastle completed the signing of Aston Villa defender Matt Targett on loan until the end of the season. Statement announces. Haven't seen any option or anything like that just yet. Cool bookshelf prime. Yeah, love it. I miss Phil, Zach, and Tyler. Well, Tyler won't watch us anymore. There's reasons. Tyler, the Liverpool fan, and Velv and Zach. Well, Velv's taking a break for uni, and Zach's busy, but he does come in a few times. Dance for me, Nightbot. Maybe it does still dance. It does still dance. Loan deal. Not sure if it has option to buy. Fabrizio Romano. Yeah, Fabrizio's doing quite well. But back to United, because this one's come from Samuel Luckhurst. Watford are interested in signing Dean Henderson. So he might not be staying. He might not be staying after all.
We love you, Watford. We do. Oh, Watford, we love you.
Kenny, do you see Dean Henderson going to Watford?
Well, it depends on whether he wants to go there or not. To be honest with you, I think if he's willing to go there, then yes. But it all depends, because Watford are 19 in the Premier League, and then that might dampen his thoughts a little bit. Yeah. So maybe not. But if he does care about his career, then I think he should go. So yeah.
Watford still go down with Henderson, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I'm trying to get Nightbot on my channel. I just got onto a website. It was easy enough. I'm not amazing on tech, but even I was able to do it.
As Nightbot's agent, you must pay me 80% of whatever you pay him. So
I don't get this right. So I've just read Manchester United will recruit a backup goalkeeper if Dean Henderson leaves the club before deadline, with Lingard now also out of contract in the summer. Why does he need three
That's why they have
goalkeepers?
That's why he doesn't start United stuff.
this is what I don't get. Why do they need Tom Heaton, another goalkeeper, and De Gea?
Realistically, De Gea gets injured. Huh?
They already have Lee Grant, don't they?
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, but he's not. Yeah, he's like 36.
Yeah, but
he's like
it's
Willie
like,
Caballero.
Yeah, but that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to
No,
have a
I'm
starter.
just saying. No, but I'm saying I'd probably call up a youth goalkeeper before I bring Lee Grant back into the team.
But Lee Grant will never play. Tom Heaton will be the backup.
Yeah, but I'd rather have a youth there just in case.
This is what I don't get. But yeah, but the third goalkeeper, you just bring one from your youth academy. I think they've got a couple of decent ones down in the youth academy as well. So it just makes no sense. Like, why do you need 3 goalkeepers? What a waste of money to have De Gea on 350k a week. Then you'll have Heaton, and then you've also got Lee Grant. Like, how many keepers do you want? It's not. When was the last time you rotated goalkeepers in games? Like, it is a bit of a mad one.
I've been watching Pickford Bowl for God knows how many years.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Pickford's good.
Pickford is good, but it's that's what I'm saying. I've been watching him constantly.
By the way, let me also say, be prepared, because again, I don't know if things will change, but be prepared for your defense to get split open and for Pickford to face a lot more shots.
Well, it might have changed because, as you said, Steve Holland will come in and will help Frank a lot more than I think.
I'm not going to put my neck. I'm not putting my neck on the line for Frank, so I'm just going to assume things that have happened in the past will say the same until I know different.
Fair enough. Not going to go into it, but yeah, it's a bit snaky and all of that. But he's also at it again. But we'll move. Watford beat United 4-1 this season, so I can understand why Kenny chanting that. I don't know what Kenny was chanting, but soon Mavi most likely tomorrow, if not Wednesday. Someone is behind point. Yeah. Manchester United, done that one. But yeah, I mean, Kenny, backup goalkeeper. I mean, I'm actually speechless with United sometimes. I'm really fucking confused, and I don't want to swear too much, but I really am fucking confused. Why do you need a backup to what is going on?
I mean, to be fair, if I've seen that United are trying to look into entering the porn industry, or maybe they could use the backup keeper, somewhere to get started in that industry.
Brilliant.
But, to be fair, is there any really other reasons? Because we already have 3 keepers. We have the league run. We have league run at the third keeper. So we already have 3 keepers. And then even if for some miraculous reason all 3 got injured at the same time, then we recall youth keepers. And then if the youth keeper gets injured, that's 4 keepers injured. So it's clearly, buddy, not our fault. Well,
it's clearly It is clearly something that is going on at your club if that's the case. But
I mean,
shouldn't you be focusing on getting the DM, getting someone on the right hand side if you want someone on the right hand side? Like, shouldn't United be processing their attentions just realistically elsewhere?
Yes, but we have the Glazers and they're shitter in transfer windows, especially January ones. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you can't just blame it all on the Glazers, of course. But surely something, you've been promised so much, but you're just not getting it.
Yeah. I mean, we were promised a DM at the beginning of the window, and we've got literally no signings, and our only signing that might happen is a backup keeper. That's the only signing that might happen. The other 2 signings that we're looking at on deadline day, Bissaka we've heard nothing on. Dembele, it looks like he's going off to Chelsea.
See, I hadn't heard any of this crap about Bissaka. Like, genuinely, you mentioned Bissaka, I hadn't heard anything. Like,
it was It was. Yeah, it was only from a few sources. To be fair, it was from. It was only from like the Mirror and stuff like that. I just mentioned it because it is a player we've been linked to. There's literally no other player apart from them two that we've been linked to today at all. So take that what you will, but yeah. I just can't believe the stupidity of Man United sometimes, but yeah.
Oh, Kenny, you got it from the United stand.
Hmm?
Oh, Kenny.
No, I know that's
You absolute piece of shit.
no.
You haven't just quoted the United stand as a respectable transfer source.
No. Hold on. That is not United fans are not the source. The source is they are quoting the source.
I've just looked at who they've quoted. It's a writer for the United stand.
What, who?
Like, Kenny, there's a bucket of mud. Go get into it.
Wait.
Absolute twat. Absolute twat.
Wait, why is Kenny back?
Because Kenny has just quoted the United stand as a
No, I'm not. No,
respectable
that's a
transfer
news
source
outlet.
for
That's
United.
Wait,
For
about... I thought Kenny was talking to Bissaka.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, it's not from the United stand. That person who quoted it does work for the United stand, but the source. They quote in the source. Kenny
is quoting Mark Goldbridge as the new Fabrizio Romano.
That's not. No, that is. They're just like the MUFC MPV. They're like.
I might start quoting myself. Niall says, regardless signing Haaland.
Sources, like United report MUFC MPV. They quote different sources.
Oh no,
they didn't. That's not their news.
I like how Kenny's getting very het up on this. But moving on, Leighton Orient signed Frank Noble. Apparently, we were interested. Glad we didn't sign him. Got a record of shit. He was all right. But yeah. Barcelona president Joan Laporta. We would like to incorporate Aubameyang. It's very complicated, but there's hope. Yeah, I mean, on this one, can anyone realistically see Aubameyang to Barca? Because money-wise, I mean, I thought they were trying to get cheaper players, which is why they've signed the likes of Adama Traore, Ferran Torres. It just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, they're not gonna get him.
It's broken down anyway, so there's not any point even talking about it.
Will Liverpool bust the cash for Salah and pay him what he deserves? I expect that they'll probably try and come up to an agreement.
Apparently, there were links to Chelsea. Links back to Chelsea. I don't know if that's true crime. But I've just seen that one from my Liverpool websites. That Chelsea.
What did you
say? Pram, have you seen? Apparently, Chelsea have been linked to Salah. Like, I'm not sure. Sure.
And what source is this coming from? Is this coming from
Chelsea Fan TV?
No, I'm not sure.
No, who's that? Who's that fan? Rory? Is it Rory?
Rory Jenkins.
Yeah, did you quote it from Rory Jenkins, Kenny?
No, he got it from Chelsea Fan TV.
The Bissouma deal that I quoted is not from Mark Goldbridge. That's not Mark Goldbridge sources.
No, it's not from Mark Goldbridge. It's the other guy who runs the United stand, the one that had the beef with, or the one that had the beef with DT.
Bennett Zakaria is a UK player. Nice. Anyway, to answer what Kenny said, I kind of saw that, but that's mainly like Chelsea fans saying, "Oh, you know, Salah's available," and trying to put two and two together that we should get him. I don't even think I want Salah. The way our forwards are, we won't create for him to score goals, and I don't think Salah's that clinical to survive on a limited, on a lack of service, and he won't score enough goals, or will barely score goals, and people will blame Salah when the problem isn't him; it's the players around him, and people will see all I've been saying about with Lukaku this season, and even Werner last season. You don't create enough for these guys to thrive. But yeah.
I think Salah would be perfectly fine at Chelsea.
You think he'll be fine with a limited with a lack of service?
Yeah,
He gets a lack of service at
I was just about to say,
Liverpool, other than their
That's
fullbacks.
that is not true. He gets more service at Liverpool than he does at Chelsea.
From the fullbacks.
but Salah can normally also create his own chances after the time.
He did against City. I know he did that. He created his own chance against City.
Yeah,
and
Watford.
Most of the
again,
service comes
he
from
would have
fullbacks.
to. He would have to do that a lot more frequently at Chelsea because we don't create chances.
Yeah, but
From
I
your
think
attack or your midfield or your defence, because most of the chances created at Liverpool are from the defenders, if anything.
Yeah.
What?
Andy Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold creates most of the chances at Liverpool.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Reece James and when Chilwell's fully fit, I think if those two are your fullbacks, they'll create a perfect amount of chances for Salah to.
And they're not fit. So what happens then?
Well, Salah wouldn't be coming in until thingy's back, wouldn't he? Because he wouldn't come
Yeah,
in.
and Chilwell probably won't be that fit to play next season. But okay, you can. All right, but what I'm saying is right. We don't create enough chances anyway. Salah, he might get more goals than what Lukaku's currently on, but it's not going to be by much. Like he would suffer.
I don't think so. But
I do think Salah would be fine, but no, I can't see Salah going to Chelsea anyway.
I think Salah would be fine in any team he played, and that's the kind of stand Salah's at right now.
I mean, he is just full of confidence, isn't he? But the way if Salah doesn't, I don't see Salah disrespecting Liverpool fans. I don't see Salah leaving for another Premier League club, if that makes sense. I think if Salah goes,
direct rivals, if you think in league position, Man City and Chelsea are their rivals at the minute.
Yeah, I can't see him disrespecting the Liverpool
fan
base.
Madrid, if anything.
Yeah,
Madrid or PSG.
Yeah, because there's a lot of love between Salah and the fans. He loves the fans, and the fans love him back. So I can't see him ever disrespecting them enough to join a City or a Chelsea or anyone else. What I can is seeing him go to a Real Madrid or anything like that.
What he has to be careful of, if he's leaving this summer, I'm assuming it's this summer because he might still have. Yeah, if he's leaving this summer, he has to be careful because, like, Real Madrid have just secured.
He's still got another year. So
I know he has another year.
Yeah, so
I said if he's leaving this summer, he needs to be careful because Real Madrid have just secured Mbappe. PSG might need a replacement, but PSG might need a replacement or will need a replacement. But what?
Salah's not a striker; he's a winger.
I didn't say Salah's a striker. Mbappe's not a striker either. He's an inside forward. Can I finish with what I'm trying to say, please? Bless you. Thank you. My point being, he needs to be careful in terms of his actual options. Liverpool might just be. I know he wants more money, but Liverpool might just be the perfect place for him right now. Does he really want to go to PSG will offer him the money, but are they really the best club for him? No. Real Madrid, I don't think they're going to splash cash again on Salah when they've just done it for Mbappe, especially when maybe they could try and see they can get Haaland or Pogba's available and you add him to midfield. They might try and go for that alternative. There's no other team who would give Salah the money he wants. City definitely won't.
Are you
Chelsea
thinking
definitely won't even pay that money either. So
I don't think there's any question of him going to another Premier League club. But do you think Liverpool are playing a smart game here, which is allow Real Madrid and that to buy all of these class players? There's a lot of talent either becoming free in the summer or you can get quite cheap in the summer compared to the astronomical prices that you'd normally get them for. Like Haaland's got a release clause activated in the summer, Mbappe's out of contract in the summer, Pogba's out of contract in the summer. Are you thinking that they're just letting them spend their wage budget and then going to Mo Salah going, no one's got money for you, here's a contract?
I don't know. I just think a lot of these big players need to be careful because if it's all about Real Madrid and just going to Real Madrid, we've seen in the past Madrid cultivate all these best players in the world in their respective positions and not really do anything with them. When they had was it that team when they had Beckham and stuff like that? the Galacticos, that Galacticos team, and they
yeah.
didn't really do much because they weren't an actual team; they were just individuals. Like I think people need to, and that's what PSG are. They're a team, or they're individuals of talent. A lot of them are the best in their position, but they're not really a team. They don't really gel and play well together, especially in the big stages. I think if Salah moves anywhere, he needs to be careful because he could go to a PSG and end up not challenging for anything in terms of the Champions League. He could go to Real Madrid and end up not challenging, or them not playing to his strengths. Then he looks like a bad player because it could happen. As great as he looks right now, and this goes for every other player as well. As great as you look right now, you could end up being in a team where things just don't go your way, and you could end up looking a lot worse.
Yeah, no, I think that's somewhat of a fair statement.
I just think when he leaves at that point, it doesn't really matter what he looks like. He'll be 31 coming to the end of his career.
Yeah, I don't.
It doesn't matter. Okay, if it doesn't matter what he looks like, then why doesn't he just go to League Two?
No, because I think
you're comparing Real Madrid to League Two.
No,
I'm not. I'm not. I'm saying that if he is going to move, make sure it is the right move.
And somewhere abroad is probably the right move.
Maybe he's
okay.
Maybe he's thinking of it as a last big deal, because it would be his last big deal, because you can't really imagine him. He may be able to continue until he's 37, 38, but the chances are unlikely. So he may be seeing it as a sort of big money deal that he wants and
if he
demands.
wants that, that's fine. That's fine if he wants that. I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm saying make sure you make the right deal for you, the right move for you, not just money, but in terms of actually playing and cultivating the best out of your career.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot to think about that. Prime, but he scored 2 for Egypt on Sunday of limited service.
At AFCON.
The AFCON, mate. The AFCON's Sunday league's better than AFCON conditions.
No, it's not. Don't you're not disrespecting AFCON like that. But Salah doing at AFCON, all the passion and emotion playing for your country, it's completely different. Like, let's not compare the two.
No, it is different. That sound, Max, and Chelsea's style of play won't fit Salah. Disagree. I think Salah almost fits into every style of play. I think there isn't many style of plays that I don't think Salah would fit into. But
as long as he's down the wing, he's fine.
Yeah, well, even up front, I think Salah could do a job up front. To be honest with you, Haaland is another Messi. He won't come to the Prem.
I don't think so. I think he might come to the Prem at some point.
I think he will, but later on in his life, I can see.
It still comes. Like, you can't put the table.
Well, for me, it's a really simple one. He's in a situation right now where he's being regarded as one of the best strikers in the world, and I don't know if the talent quite lives up to that. There's doing it in the Bundesliga, and then there's doing it in the real league.
Yeah, but he's in the Champions League too. Yeah,
no, I do get that. But when I watched Dortmund versus City, he was silent. But I think he's just in such a moment of his career that if he can stat pad in La Liga a lot more, I think he'll fly and get a lot of money from that.
You say was he silent, or were Dortmund as a team silent?
I think it was more Dortmund.
Bellingham showed up in that game though.
Bellingham didn't do much in that game.
Bellingham was good in that game, but it's more Dortmund haven't had the best account in themselves in the Champions League this year.
But Bellingham didn't do much in that game.
No, but he did more than Haaland.
Okay, but if you're saying Haaland didn't do anything in that game, Bellingham didn't do much. It's not much of an improvement.
Basically, look, I don't see the hype on Haaland, and I'd maintain that. But yeah, big up to Wolf. Who's that? I can't see Haaland coming, neither can I. Also, thank you to 23 who says a sub to you for you. Thank you. Will Jermaine Defoe be any good at Sunderland at his age? Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, what were you saying, Prime?
I understand the skepticism there. I understand the skepticism about Haaland. I had that too last year, which is why I didn't want him at my club because he wouldn't suit. However,
Don't know. Yeah, on the
no,
Jermaine.
sorry. No, I was skeptical about him as well joining.
Yeah.
However, because he wouldn't have suit. However, to act as if I think he does live up to the hype just by the sheer volume of goals and what he's actually done, particularly in the Champions League. He does live up to it. Like,
no,
I think it's he clearly has what he's done in the past, like 2 seasons since he's broke through in general. It's crazy. Like
he scored in some Champions League group stage games. Like, are we seriously?
He scored on stages he's played in.
Yeah.
Like, he can't score in a Champions League final. He's never played in one.
So did Timo Werner, but you know.
Okay, but so was Lewandowski.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is some people actually maintain it and they do massive things. Whereas Haaland, for me, I've not seen enough of Haaland at a top level to warrant any of it. But you know,
wait, what do you mean maintain it?
He's not really got to the end of a Champions League. I know that's not all of his fault. I don't think he'd do well at
based on what though?
Based on my view on him.
I know, but based what are you basing that on?
I don't think he's got the technical ability yet to do it in the Prem. Also, again, big up to 23, who's subbed. But yeah,
his technical ability is like it's not elite or it's average.
I don't think it's even average because most of the goals he's scored has been when he's running in and behind, and we all know in the Prem you're not given that time or that space.
But we also could have said the same thing about Salah in the first year or so, but he vastly improved as a player. Now he's one of the best, or if not the best, in the world. Like, do you not think Haaland can improve?
I think there is doubts, and if he does, then cool. But I, at this precise moment, don't think you'd do it in the Prem. I don't think he's got the technical abilities.
Okay.
That's just my view on it.
I heard that.
You're a good Ravi. If he were to come, he's only going to City. Kenny is a McTominay fan. Yo, Wolf, I'm all good, bro. Kenny, don't talk to me. I was good, Ravi, when I found out Penny is a McTominay fan.
What's wrong with McTominay?
Love it. Quiet Kenny, disgraceful. Shitty market movement for Chelsea. Would you say it's been shit prime for Chelsea or?
No. I don't really have a problem with we didn't get a left wing back, but I don't know. I guess I kind of also understand, assuming we actually buy one of top quality in the summer, because we do kind of have a lot of them on our books that aren't necessarily that great. If we had brought in someone like, I don't know, like a Digne or whatever, even though I rate Digne, it might have been a thing where it's another one on our books who's like, I guess, so when we could have bought like a top quality one, like maybe Theo Hernandez in the summer potentially. I don't know. So it remains to be seen. I'm not freaked out about this window because it remains to be seen what we can do in the summer. And plus, like, we're not winning the league anyway, so like we need to strengthen in terms of
or the FA Cup.
Okay. In terms of like, we're not in a top 4 battle, so we're cemented in getting top 4. So let's see how far we get in the other competitions. Let's try and win the Club World Cup and see what we can do in the Champions League. It is what it is.
Well, I think you're out in the 4th round of the FA Cup. You're in the final of the Carabao Cup, so you have a chance there. And luckily for you, you can't face Argyle in the Champions League, so you should be able to get quite far in there. as well. An
We're
interesting.
we're out of what?
Well, you're out of the FA Cup in the 4th round. Did no one tell you?
Against who?
Oh, these little bastards.
I can't see the screen. What are you doing?
Argyle, mate.
Oh.
Argyle.
Arg-
No, I was lifting my Man
No.
City. I was lifting my Man City shirt because the way I operate is, well, being a football fan, you could just do it the easy way. I'm currently a Leicester City fan. They won the Community Shield, and I'm also a City fan because they won the Prem. I'm also a Leicester fan because they won the FA Cup. And just be a glory supporter.
What are you? Okay.
Dembele
How do you think this game will go? What do you think the score will be?
I don't know. We'll discuss that on the
Dembele news.
That's it. One moment. I want to just quickly say this stat. It's quite an interesting one, actually. Squawko have tweeted, only 3 defenders have made 100 plus tackles, made 50 interceptions or 50 plus interceptions, and created 50 plus chances in the Premier League since the start of last season. Those are João Cancelo, Vladimir Coufal, and Matt Target. So just an interesting one. Newcastle might have actually got quite a good one for left back, and then they've also struggled with left back. They've struggled basically with defence. Ravi to Canada, please. Kenny is back to being dumb Englishman. He is not worthy to be Canadian. Plymouth ships made in North America. Sorry, Native Americans. But
You're gonna make me cry, Wolf.
yeah, but Kenny, you have some more news from Goldbridge.
No, it's not from Goldbridge. I did send you it. It's from the Express. From let me just see. It's from Stuart Ballard.
That's one step. That's one step above. That's one step above Goldbridge.
The news is that Ousmane Dembele to Chelsea is 99% done. Express is an okay-ish source. Tier 3, it's not awful. So that's some interesting news. Prime, I'm sure we'll have some thoughts on it. Dembele is 99% done.
According to a Goldbridge, just one source above Goldbridge.
No, that's
Chelsea
a lie.
Chelsea are 99% done.
That's a lie. It's an okay source. It's like tier 3, like high tier 3.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. What?
Dembele to Chelsea, 99% done according to Stuart Ballard of the Express.
Okay. This, I've got my own sources as well for stuff. So how high is this guy up in sources, and how much do you trust him?
He's high tier 3.
I don't know all these tiers. I don't know what they do. Do you trust him with your life?
Tier 3 is like in the middle, but high tier 3, they usually get stuff right. But
do you trust them with your life?
I'd rather get transfer news from my nan.
No.
Do you trust them with your life?
Not with my life. I listen. I don't trust anyone with my life. Not even Fabrizio Romano. So.
Really? Oh.
Really? I trust Fabrizio with my life.
Nah, he got some stuff wrong as of late. The Bruno Guimaraes deal.
Wait, hold on. Your source said Dembele will sign to Chelsea this window.
Not my source.
Okay, you're telling me Dembele will sign with Chelsea this window.
Apparently, according to the Express, I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay, well, from what I saw 56 minutes ago, that's the complete opposite. So, unless something has changed, I'm gonna go with what I've seen.
Well, why is
that? A source very close to Chelsea said that nothing is progressing with Dembele, and it will be a shock if a deal was done today.
That'll be from what?
From what?
And just to spice this up a bit, my sources coming from Niall is saying that Ousmane Dembele is very likely to sign for Burnley. So just thought I'd chuck in another one there.
Isn't this like break time, innit? So yeah, in it,
Kenny's trying to get out of all sorts of
no,
trouble.
I'm just saying, what would be your thoughts if you did join?
He's pulling the get out of jail free card, bro.
Wait, what are you saying? What would be my reaction if he did join us?
Yeah, what would be your thoughts?
If he joined Chelsea?
Yes.
I don't think he really cares.
You are better than what we have maybe you're better than what we have based on talent, but you are vastly injury prone, so I don't really care. And plus, it's a loan move as well, so I also don't really care.
Makes sense. It does make sense.
Yeah, you.
Also, Dembele. Also, people talk about Lukaku. Dembele's a lot more Republican than Lukaku is, personality-wise. The guy is also a racist as well. So, do we want this guy?
Yeah, there's all sorts of
allegedly. Well, no, not allegedly. There's a video. He is.
Crimea River Penny, please don't flood Manchester. Oh wait, sorry, flooded with morons like you. Ooh, no one needs sleeping pills. Just listen to Kenny. How long is this stream going on for? Well, we are about to, as Kenny was trying to get out of jail. We are offering him a get out of free jail card because we're going to take a break for about 20-ish minutes. We'll start up another stream, which will be live up until the deadline. So if you want to join, the link will be posted in the chat again. It was fun. But before you do, go hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Joe, where can they find you, mate?
Just on Twitter, Jukesick. So that's my name.
Perfect. And Prime?
Don't ask me. Ask Kenny where he found this source. I'm looking for it, and I can't find it.
Express.
The Express.
What? Why are you laughing?
Because that's one step above the sun.
Oh, don't even get me started on the sun.
Express is that bad.
It's a red top. Of course, it's that bad.
That's like. Actually, no. Let me not say this. That's a bit too far. But Kenny, just like.
Come back to me when it's like the mail. Come back to me when it's like the mail or something.
Wait, no. Have any other like news sources?
No, Prime, no.
Spoke about. Have any other YouTube channels spoke about it?
No.
That Sky have said Dembele to Chelsea. Chelsea making inquiries.
Yeah, that was about a week ago. Chelsea.
No. 30 minutes ago. I know.
Yeah, but we all know Sky tweet very late. But,
you're talking about Sky. Oh no, I've seen Sky tweet it, but no one else has also tweeted it, so I don't know.
NC Torres A full moon according to Football Transfer.
Full moon. I'll tweet a full moon on Twitter if you want, and that makes me. Kenny, zip it. Prime, where can they find you, mate?
Nowhere really. I haven't really been streaming much because of personal stuff, but.
On Twitter, you can
Kenny.
see
No. Forget the rest of it. Kenny, where did you find the source?
On Express, and I also found on the other one with the full moon. I found on a Football Transfers, a transfer zone 00.
Oh my god.
PFC PYS.
Right, Kenny, where can they find you? Because I'm hungry.
Although. Why are you laughing, first of all? Second of all...
Why are you laughing for? I'm serious. He's the best football player in the world.
Kenny, you've got 5 seconds to start saying where they can find you.
Kenny Talks 40 on YouTube and Kenny
He's the best football player in the world. McFred is the best football player in the world. I'm serious.